So my notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first one was that I actually intended for the part where we left off to be the next day after, but I forgot to keep track of my days. So we'll just say that the forest was lighter wooded. And the other one is that I did a little research, and apparently it's the DM that's supposed to be rolling for hide in shadows and move silently, so I'm gonna need those two.
Really?
Yeah, because even if the rogue thinks they're hiding in shadows and moving silently successfully, that doesn't mean they actually are. It's actually supposed to be a secret roll. As far as I know, the mechanic works the same for anything. Right. In skills and powers, rangers can pay extra character points for a sneak attack, but we made you with player's handbook stuff, so you don't get that. Now, if you want me to, copy paste the stuff from the skills and powers for your next one, I mean. So, is that all? Or do we actually start now?
What you said.
Okay. So, where we left off, right? Remember? Anyone?
We could see the town in the distance, and Klein was took a few steps forward, and he said that he can see something that we didn't see because we didn't move forward.
Mm-hmm. Because the edge of the hill was like 30 yards away or so. So, what do? You gonna also go look?
Yeah, we're gonna move. I'm gonna move. I'm assuming we're all moving forward to see what he sees as well.
Okay. I can tell you, Shooter and Bob are certainly gone. Huh? So when you also approach the edge of the hill, you you hear a particularly loud boom and see trampled farmland, broken farm equipment, several balled up giant pine cones strewn about, a visual cacophony of browns and greens, some of which you can identify as ogres and a troll, as well as a catapult, which appears to be the source of the boom sound as its cargo plunged itself into the city walls. For the sake of orientation, the city is on the right, and everything else I described is on the left. Farther north is mountains, and west is what is basically a jungle.
So, the big boom, right, from what I think you said, was the ogres and trolls are dead, laying on the ground. There's a big boom right there. Okay, so they used the catapult. The big boom was the wall. Okay, and the ogres and trolls are up and running. And what is Bob's cousins doing?
Balls.
They're balls. Are they the fodder?
They are not the things being in the catapult, no.
Okay. So I'm guessing we should be killing some trolls and ogres. What do we see?
You see one troll. Like, if you count, there's like 13 ogres, and all the other things are small enough that you can't quite make them out from where you are. I'm pretty sure that the way arrow ranges work is if you can't make out what they are, they're too far away. I mean, I could be wrong. I know ranges are in multiple different places, but they're all in different scales. So no, the mountains are on the north.
So as far as doing a tactical deployment, um, what I'm going to suggest is Bob goes in after us and tries to get his cousins out of there because they've all failed their morale check because they're in balls. I suggest that Shooter and you, uh, as we're moving forward, stays way back. So you guys are just Arrow, having Klein go in with his unique skills with the pole arm and massive amounts of damage, and give me like 10, 20 minutes of a head start to flank them. And when like if you guys give me like 10 minutes to get to start to be able to flank them, then you guys can start Klein can rush them, and while they think they're only getting hit by one guy, you and Shooter can pelter them with arrows.
I mean, how about this? They're kind of strewn across the field as well.
That's fine.
I mean, technically, you're already flanking them because you're up on the hill and everything else is like all way down there, and they're all rushing to the.
So we're already kind of like behind them almost. I mean, that's why I said you guys give me 10 minutes to get around to the other side, and you guys can go down to.
It'll take you more than 10 minutes to get around.
I don't have to get around to the other side before they start attacking. I just need a head start. So that way, there when they start attacking, they'll all turn towards them. Now I'm behind them. That was the goal for me.
I mean, the way I was envisioning it is that none of you are really going to be able to keep the attention of any more than one or two at once. So
That's for flying. He's only going to keep the attention of one or two because he's going to kill them and then go to the next one.
I actually did make that note in my original writing of the thing.
All right. Well,
I mean, how about this?
Is there any way to sneak up on them? To get closer enough that
they don't know you're there.
They don't know we're there. How close can we get before they realize we're there?
Probably pretty close. They're kind of focused.
Okay, so we're like what Ray said. We'll scoot down the hill.
It's a little steep.
We'll scoot down the hill, and however we have to do it quietly, and get at least within bull range before we act. What do we see while we're doing that?
I don't know, but
what is Klein inclined to do?
He actually starts smiling, and his eyes are brightening.
Yeah, he's like, battle.
Yeah, he says, hold on. I wrote this in the margins, so it's a little hard to read. Well, now how's that for you? It's not quite the same, but somehow the prospect of charging into the throngs of a large battle has me getting excited. I never before in my life thought I would relish having death come so close. I admit I felt a bit disappointed when my service was no longer needed, but I didn't think I had become so attracted to the thrill of a tough fight.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll get as close as we can. And then I still would like, well, Ray and Shooter and Klein are facing them, like sort of. I still want to. I personally want to come in from the side so I can cast some spells.
You already are on the side. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding apparently.
Okay, so let me draw a picture.
Okay.
If this is where we are, if this is where we are, right?
Mhm.
This is, and this is where the mountains are, right? The town is somewhere over here, correct?
More that way.
Town is over here. The creatures are over here,
A little more strewn.
like that. So they're going to come this way. I'm going to go around this way to the
So
side.
you're coming from the back.
From the back. Okay. When they start attacking, I can actually start casting spells from the back of them to get so they don't have the reinforcements coming in, like all those small ones or whatever. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed group.
That's fine. Okay. So I was thinking web. Yeah, that too. Web set fire, grease set fire, web set fire, just over and over.
I mean, I was thinking about how big the area is, and like 8 cubes of 10 by 10 is not going to contain
right,
them.
but I could contain some, kill them, contain some, kill them, so I'm not getting killed with my 20 hit points. Yeah, mitigate what we're seeing. Obviously, Klein's going to go for the troll and the ogres. He's going to probably go for some of the big guys while I'm taking care of the small guys. When they're done with the big guys, they can help me with the small guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think.
I don't know.
I'm not used to tactics.
Right. So does that make sense to you? So if Klein, Ray, and Shooter attack the big guys to start with until they rush and get into melee combat, I can be trying to take out the smaller guys because I do less damage than them, and but I can do I can do multiple damage to a lot of different ones, but I just do less damage. Yes. So when they think it's just Klein, they're all going to kind of face him. Then all of a sudden the arrow's going to come from nowhere. And then while they try to find out where the arrows are coming from, all of a sudden now they're being webbed and fired upon with flame from the back, which would rain chaos on their group. That's kind of like what we want to do.
That's what you intend on doing.
That's the intention.
Well, I'm so glad we had this strategy discussion.
Yeah. Well, we have to, right? All right. So that's the intention. You want to let us know where we are in the intention so we can know when we're going to attack, when we're not going to attack? So in other words, are we just going to allow us just to be there? Okay, you went your 100 yards, I didn't see you, you're ready to attack. That kind of thing.
Well, I was thinking, what was Bob doing again?
Bob was going to wait for everybody to attack, and then he was going to go in and try and rescue his cousins. Like wake them up and say, run, or whatever, trying to get his other cousins out of there. The other acorns. Pine cones.
More accurate.
Right. So that's what I was planning on, so Bob wouldn't have to fight or roll morale checks per se. He can get his family or his friends or whatever, people of his race out of there before they get injured. He can try. That's the point, is he can try. I don't really want him to attack and then, I mean, unless he wants to attack. I mean, if he makes his morale check and you feel it's better that he attacks, then he can attack. But either that, or we'll just start Bob up at the hill and tell him to start rolling down.
I mean, honestly,
Maybe he can take out 30 or 40 of those small ones while rolling down the hill. With razor edges.
Believe it or not, when I did actually roll his morale check just now, and looking at the modifiers, I do think that he fails. Which means that Klein says, "Perfect. Now, let's get this ball rolling, shall we?" These things should actually be slightly smart, right? This should actually have an effect. So, you'll need a little teamwork to get them rolling, though. If the answer anything to go by. Was that?
Well, I have a 17. He has an 18.
I mean, you managed to get him past the ants, so it shouldn't take too much more. You're going less distance.
And he's going downhill.
All you have to do is get him just over.
That's what we're going to do. We'll get him just to the edge. Formalize our plan with Klein to have Klein follow him. So after Bob mows him down, Klein can take him out.
Who's planning on it?
These two are gonna roll for shooter.
14, I got him.
14.
I got it.
Rolled 10. Made it. And I'm gonna scoot out as fast as I can around and down, just coming from behind. Okay. If I see the battle is going too poorly for us, then won't go as far.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I don't control your character.
Thanks.
I mean, unless you manage to get charmed or something.
Yeah, maybe. That I would doubt. It'd have to be an awfully high charm, because I'm immune to charm. FYI.
Not all charms, I don't believe.
Do we have to do this right now?
No. I'm not charming you.
I am in spell immunity, cause fear, command, charm, friends, and hypnotism. I am immune to all first level illusion and phantasm spells. So yes, I am immune to charm and friends and hypnotism.
Wow, did you hear
and
that?
Cause fear and command.
This guy doesn't want to be friends with anyone.
That's right, exactly. So yes, I am immune to it. All right, let's go. Like Klein, to coin Klein, let's get this ball rolling.
I couldn't figure out a way to say it without being a pun.
Let us know what's going on.
So as Bob barrels down the hill, you guys are doing your thing. Klein is rushing behind him. When Bob reaches the mob,
I should have gotten all those things.
he manages to crush two of the two figures, and he keeps going.
See you on the next one. All right, so after Bob does that, is our ranger in range distance? He can stop opening more arrows, or is he going to wait to Klein to attack? You're going to wait for Klein to attack, right? Nice.
Klein wasn't that far behind. Why, yes.
So I'm probably gonna have to. I'll probably be within range next So I'll be doing nothing this round.
Excuse me.
Except for getting in place. So I'm gonna tell you, Ray, that every time I walked in her room, she would hide her book so I didn't mistakenly read something. It was very funny. Like, you think I can see your scribble from this distance and read it without glasses? You're funny.
So yeah. Well, the things Klein's attacked or died. You?
So he's gonna hit one of the ogres with the biggest ogre he can see with the poison arrow.
Okay.
You need to know what the poison does again.
Um. Well, the biggest one you see is AC 3. And also, you might have to hit it with like a -2 or -4 penalty because of the distance.
Yeah, they were all moved in.
Yes, but short distance,
gotcha.
long distance, medium distance. The biggest one is not right next to you. I know we've been forgetting to do the range modifiers.
He has to roll 2 saves.
You said 3 damage. He failed both of them.
5 to 30 poison damage. 5, 6, 7 dice. The DM has to roll it.
Wow, 3 of them were 1s. Fun fact.
That's not fair.
I looked at the dice.
I know, right?
5 and a 4.
12 damage. And then his other save that he failed is 2 to 12 hours of incapacitated. So roll 2 dice 6.
8.
So he's incapacitated for 8 hours. Thunk.
Five.
As I get closer, what do the small creatures look like? What are they?
Hold on. There are orcs, there are orogs, and there are lycanthropes. Wereboars specifically.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We got this. There are some, yes. Yeah.
Specifically, they are wereboars, not werewolves. Yes, silver or +1 or better to hit. Yeah, did you hit AC4 with a -2 penalty? -2. Okay. And you said how much damage? Okay.
What time of day is this?
Um, I have it marked as evening.
Okay. So, that was that round. Like, I probably won't be. When do you think I would be in range to do spells?
I don't know what range your spells are at.
Like 30 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards per level, which would make it 15 yards. So, when I'm within 10 yards, 30 feet.
Well, let's see. Your movement rate is like 12, right? Plus any strength or dexterity modifiers.
It's an elf.
And
so I think my movement rate is slightly better than a human.
As far as I know, base movement rates are either 6 or 12, depending on size. I mean, there's strength and dex modifiers.
And I don't know what those are. I've never seen them. So
I think they're
my
only...
dex is 19.
Yeah.
And my strength is 17. So my con is 16. So
I think it's probably like a 13 or a 14. Maybe a 15.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on certain things.
So the end of the round or the beginning of next round?
I'd say it's like...
I don't know how far away I was.
Right. Like your route was like that, right?
So if Klein's already in the melee, how fast did he go? If I can't keep up with him.
Well, he went straight down the hill. You're going around a long way.
Well,
he was also running, so.
So am I. I wasn't just dilly-dallying walking.
Oh, you should have said that. In that case, yeah, you're in range.
Okay. I'm like, I'm not going to stroll into him.
I mean, not for nothing, but it's also a more gradual incline over in that direction.
I actually would have been moving, trying to move silent, and so it would have taken a long time.
So you would have been moving a lot slower.
Yeah. Then. So you can roll, see if I actually made my move silently. 75. Gotta roll below.
It did roll below.
It didn't?
It did.
It did. So I'm moving silently. That was why it's taking so long.
I mean, you'd be moving silently even if you didn't succeed because you thought you were moving silently. Because that's the way it actually works.
Right. So, in my brain, I envision it would take me the end of the second round. So we're only one round. So I'm assuming the end of the round I get to attack.
Yeah, if you're going that slow, it'd probably be like one round to get to the more gradual incline, and then another to actually get down the hill to them.
That's what I mean. So the third round, I'll be able to do something. Beginning of the third round, I can roll initiative. Or automatically have initiative. I'm getting it on. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, shooter was supposed to
attack.
Yeah.
You didn't like the way I ran shooter for the combat?
Well, I thought that having him over here might be a little more efficient for this one.
Well, you also know what he's got and what he doesn't have to.
That too.
And by the way, as I have a silver short sword, so I'll be using that for my weapon for I cast spells, if I happen to be melee combat, it'll be with the silver short sword.
Good to know. Okay.
Okay, so
everyone does their thing.
Yeah, everyone does their thing. Now it's for initiative. You'll have to roll your own. I don't have to roll initiative yet. I'm still sneaking. I'm still moving silently. Good point.
You were attacking a wereboar. Wereboars do not have ranged combat. Even if you did, the most the wereboar would be doing is charging you and probably getting hit in the face by their comrades as they ignore him.
So Klein has to roll initiative.
Yeah.
And all your doobies have to roll initiative. What happened to Bob?
He ran over 5 more orcs.
Wow. Did he kill them?
Uh-huh.
Nice. There. I'm machined. La Bob. Thought I was going to be over before I get there. Sucks not that ranged weapons.
You do, but they're tiny. They don't go very far.
They don't go very far, yeah. I would have been way out of range weapon range.
It was your choice to have darts.
That's what I wanted. I didn't want a bow. She gave me this idea. She would let me have this contraption that's a crossbow. Pretty badass, actually.
The repeating crossbow of Chinese origin. If you ever heard of Chocono?
It was pretty badass, but I decided not to go with that. Because that's what we ended up making. But I couldn't do the other things as a rogue if I had it on my wrist. I couldn't climb walls. I couldn't. There'd be a lot of things I wouldn't have been able to do. Not that I'm using those things right now, but there have been a lot of things I could not do if I had that. So I elected to go with darts instead. I can't do anything yet.
Does that mean I can roll for Klein's attacks?
Yeah. Klein and Shooter and Ray need to hit for attacks. 12 more die. Klein swung once.
He doesn't have that many attacks, although I would love to be able to simulate that. I have no idea if that is specified.
I would say if the poison affected the blood, yes. No, yes, it would affect them because the poison is injection, which means it has to enter the bloodstream. Yeah, you would think. You know.
Okay. Shooter and Klein have their fellings.
Your turn.
Okay. At this point, you can probably skip the penalty, but it's still AC4. Excuse me, as I need to replenish my graphene supply. Wow, low rolls today.
Oh.
So that was
Five dice, 600 dice for damage.
and the other one was the incapacitated.
Mm-hmm. 2 600 dice for hours. If it's still around.
Okay, the board drops.
That's 1 out of 12.
I didn't roll that high. Actually, it would have taken you part of your round to prepare the first one, so if you're taking the time to actually prepare it with the poison, yeah. Round 3 then.
Whoa, I get that. What do I see as I come up to him?
From the back, you see a sub chief with guards for orcs. Another one that looks a little different. Some more orogs.
Gotcha. I'm going to cast a web right, so the middle of the web will be right on the sub chief.
Okay.
And then we can roll for initiative, because then I have my next spell ready to go.
Mm-hmm. So web works.
Cool.
No, wait. How again?
Oh, what do you mean how? They cannot move.
They get a saving throw though, right?
Yes. Hold on. They save at a -2 penalty.
And how big is it?
It is a 10 by 10 by 10.
So you managed to get the sub chief and 7 of his guards all sticky and trapped.
How many guards were there?
14.
What? They don't know where I'm at now. Okay, cool. So is this initiative time now? Okay. Initiative 5. I rolled a 3 plus 2 for my casting time, which is a 5.
Okay. Ones. Twos.
What about your wolf? Okay. One that's not sticky, right? Ray's up on the hill, and all of a sudden he hears some noise coming from the left, and he sees a bunch of orcs, whatever, in a web, and he goes, God, I love that mage.
You said 6 damage? It now knows you're there.
Me? Or him?
It knows he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't get it very far. It didn't make it very far. The guards that are not webbed, two of them had crossbows, but the rest of them are going to be charging you after they shoot.
So they saw me.
Well,
I'm behind them.
Good point.
They wouldn't know where it came from.
They would be looking around, though.
They would be, but I'm hiding. I'm not just standing out in the open, clearly. Tactical person here.
Not a tactical person.
Right?
I fail miserably at those games. I can bet you at least two of them are going to be hacking away at those webs, though.
They can do 1 foot per round. But that's okay. I'm going to be casting web again. Back to back on it to get the rest of them. So try to get the rest of them. That's what I was going to do with my next round.
Okay. Threes? Is Klein?
Yeah, because I rolled a 3, but I got 2 for cast time. I'm just trying to mitigate it so we're not being over, you know what I mean? There's so many of them. Yeah. That's cool. Boy, a fireball's probably really nice now.
And you were saying you didn't need something like that.
Bags? That'd be me. web to try and catch the next set, the rest of the guards. So I don't have to worry about being attacked.
And I'm going to target the crossbowman on my next turn.
Okay.
What about Klein? Did he go yet?
Yes, and didn't you already use a spell this round before initiative?
That was at the end of the second round.
Ah, gotcha.
Did you want to share?
No.
Okay, you re-web the part that got cut and webbed up a bunch of the others.
Okay, so now are all his guards webbed up?
No, you didn't get the ones on the other side.
That's fine. That's fine.
Now does Shooter get to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Shooter fells an orc with his last arrow.
Is it over? Did Bob go? Did Klein go?
Yes. Klein destroyed more orcs, and Bob ran over 2 more orcs as well.
Nice. So now is it
Round 4?
yeah.
Round 4.
Round 4.
I moved the paperclip over.
I rolled a 1, which means I'm gonna get a 3.
And I rolled a 3 for initiative.
So
Ones,
ones, twos, threes.
That'd be me.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna do a Mills acid arrow on the sub chief.
Don't know what to do about that.
I'm casting a spell on him.
I don't know what it does.
2 die 4 damage per round for 2 rounds because I'm 3rd level.
What's the saving throw?
There is none. It's acid damage. And I rolled and I got 8 points damage.
So I just minus 8.
8 points, yeah. And next round, even if I do nothing, he'll take another 8 points damage.
Good for you.
I did damage finally. It only took me 5 rounds.
Next.
She's not happy with me.
Oh.
See that? All right. So who's left up and not in a web?
4 guards, but they're all on the other side. You'd have a.
Can I see them? Or would it be
You might be able to see the heads of 2 of them, but they're mostly behind the webs. So.
That'd be called shots if you could.
right?
Well, concealment is. It's 90% concealment is like.
Fine, yeah, -4.
Yeah.
So the rest of what I can see are guards or creatures in webs.
If you're only concerned about the area that he's concerned about, yes.
Well, what else does it see?
There are orcs, there are werewolves, there are orogs, there are ogres.
There's a lot.
Yes,
There's a lot.
all around the place. If you shoot an arrow randomly into the fray, you will probably hit something.
Wow, that's a lot.
So I'm gonna do another poison arrow on one of the larger ogres.
Go don't you have to attack orcs if you know they're there?
He does.
Oh yeah, there's more orcs than ogres by far.
I'm sorry, Sonny. You probably want to use the sub chief and the guards for Klein. My bad.
Nah, I just came up with their placement on the fly when you asked. I figured someone had to be arming the catapult.
So 4 of us are fighting a siege, an army, literally. Boy, are we dumb.
You said how much HP? You said how much damage? It knows you're there for sure.
Was that a poison drop or not? Alright.
Good. Yes. Bob at this point rolls into the troll.
Whoops.
Yeah. But Klein manages to take out a few more. And then Shooter is going to, and then Shooter's going up to the fray to cast Entangle.
Okay.
And a lot of orcs manage to get tangled up in the grass. So that's what that happens.
What number you got? Or is that everybody?
That was the last one.
Is it initiative again?
Next round, right?
Yep. Roll the 1 again. I got a 3.
Shooter got a 1 this time.
Do you want to roll or do I?
I feel like I want to roll.
They take 1 point of damage per round unless they are actively doing something. Then they take 1d4 plus 1 per round.
So it's like my summon insects, except it's an actual AoE.
Yes.
And also it doesn't just summon insects.
Correct. That's why I said, do you want to roll? Do you want me to roll?
So you want me to check what gets summoned?
Correct.
What's the casting time?
2. And I rolled a 1, so it's a 3.
I mean, Shooter and the Troll get to go before you.
That's fine. I just wanted to show you what I'm going to do.
Gotcha.
Thanks. She doesn't like me anymore. I haven't even killed anything yet. I'm just preventing them from destroying the city.
You're barely doing anything.
I know, I'm not doing anything at all.
I think the biggest problem is too many index cards. Like a regular story with, 25 different options.
A rogue is not good for mass army battle shit. Yeah. There are no tunnels. Because, I know, they barely have wooden walls. I know, right?
You weren't picking on them.
No! The chieftain takes 8 more points damage.
Thanks. Thanks.
Oh god, that feels good. It's very cold here over by the lake, and Laura just opened the door to go out and smoke. Feels very good.
I understand.
You rolled for rats.
Rats. You know when she comes in, it's going to open back up again.
I'm not on a chair.
All right.
It doesn't cost me anything to go up and do it.
Right. All right. So can you give me a visual, please, of where I'm standing? I don't have to. I can't ask Ray's suggestion of where I summon those rats to. So I think what I'd like to do is continue with the rats that are in the web. Like, I can't. They won't go in the web, right? I mean, if they go in the web, they get stuck. Is that a true statement?
I
don't know.
I mean, some of them might, some of them.
But it doesn't matter; they still take the damage, right?
As long as they can get to their enemies.
Of the area that you just entangled.
Mm-hmm.
How about if I send the webs, the rats to them? And they'll take 1 damage per round.
That might be a little far.
That's too far. Then I'll summon. I'll do the 15 that I'm working on. I'll just summon the rats for that.
14 now. You just tell the sub chief.
Sweet. So the rats I'll summon to the to kill those 14.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't see it, but I just summoned a boatload of rats,
Nice.
and they do 1 point of damage per round. And if they take any action, they take 1d4 plus 1 damage per round. The only way to kill them is if I have to unsummon them, or they can take damage by fire. If they take damage by fire, it's it's so I'm level 3 when I cast it. So when it takes 6 points of damage, the swarm dies. It's 2 points per level. So it doesn't take any damage from weapons or fists.
Nice.
You can't hurt them that way. Only by fire. She killed a lot of my kobolds that way when I was attacking her. I'm like, I'm trying to turn around fair play. Yeah.
Once you get a lot of them immobilized, you can grease them in fire too.
I can, but if I fire them, it'll get rid of the mobilization. My fire won't kill them.
Right.
I don't do enough damage with that yet. I'm not high enough level. But if I can take care of these 15, I took care of one so far, the sub chief.
Right.
At least that's stuff that you guys don't have to worry about. At least those 15 will be, gone. So the next round, when it's my turn, what? Yeah.
I mean, it's not ready for that yet.
Yeah, no.
So that was 3, right?
That was 3.
4s? Fives?
Wait, did I go this round? I did have a 3. Did I go before you?
No, you didn't go yet.
Okay, that was last round. My bad. All right. I'm gonna fire at the next orc for 6 damage.
Okay, it's not happy with you. You're right. So unhappy that it drops. It's unable to contain its unhappiness with you. So now Klein gets his attacks.
So how many orcs, ogres, or things that are left?
I'm not doing that calculation.
Not yet. There's a lot left. I mean, we've killed probably, with Klein and Bob, we probably the troll. I gotta take out the troll.
It's kind of far away from you right now. It's wailing away on Bob.
Yeah.
You're the one that wanted to separate from everyone and go way out and back.
Yeah, but I'm doing a good thing doing that though. Oh no! Yeah. How far away would you say they are?
The ones.
The troll. I can shoot my acid arrow 180 yards. I think I'm within range.
180 times 3 is that 360 thing, right?
Yeah.
That might be within range.
Yeah.
Like on the outer edge, yeah.
18 and 18 and 18 and 3. Yeah, that'll be right there. So I should be able to hit it with the Mel's acid arrow. I will help Bob. Bob will not be alone. He will have help. And acid trolls can't regenerate that way.
Okay. So that's what you're doing on your next round?
On my next round, yeah. Because Bob. It's Bob.
Round 6.
Shit, something's gonna happen if we don't kill these guys soon. She's counting the rounds.
Uh-oh. She's got the diabolical laugh going. You guys are in trouble.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, it's just
It's
like,
all fun and games until the DM smiles.
oh, look what Corey sent me.
Oh.
Isn't that cool?
Very cool.
And you got her a sticker that Because if
The thing I just did.
yeah, the DM smiles, it's already too late.
Unfortunately, I cackle a lot.
You know, I can cast on Mills acid arrows further than you can shoot a bow. It is magic. And it's acid. Nope. If I can see it, I can hit it.
So, what's your initiatives?
5. Doing 2 times in a row.
The troll goes first.
Don't kill Bob. Don't kill Bob.
Don't worry, the troll is not being able to get through Bob's armor.
Nice.
Very, very low rolls.
Bob goes, I laugh at you.
No, actually, he's just very uncomfortable being wailed on.
Yeah.
He's still in a ball.
Oh, God.
For the troll.
Bob's got razor,
His scales are very sharp.
like a pine cone. All right. That's 1s, 2s,
I think the troll was a 3.
4s. What about Klein? What about Shooter?
They got 6s.
Oh, God, we're next. All right. I'm going to just hit the massive acid arrow on the troll. And I do 8 points of damage. For 2 rounds.
I'm trying to make note of this, but I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, so that was 5s?
That was, you got a 5.
I think I messed up. I forgot yours was a 5, and I thought we were rolling for the next round initiative.
We did.
Yeah, round 6.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna fire at the next orc that I see for 3 damage.
How about if I use the correct letter?
No.
I don't know. It doesn't like you.
I'm gonna hit him again for 4 damage.
He starts crying.
No, now it's yelling at you.
Sickness.
Shooter and Klein.
Early combat pretty soon for you.
I'm just glad he's taking note of his ammo.
Well, I'm not Legolas. I don't have 400 arrows in there.
Hey, he was my favorite. He was my favorite character in The Lord of the Rings.
Doesn't change how much he defies the laws of physics.
No, he doesn't. He was a typical elf ranger.
It depends on how elves work in what world. Because there was a video where a guy tried to figure out how dense the guy actually would have been to have to be able to walk on the snow without leaving footprints. It was like so dense, so less dense that he could also lay on top of flowers without bending them.
No, it is a skill. Now, martial artists can do that,
Physics, not
Yes.
but martial artists can when the monks could walk on sand without leaving footprints.
That's sand, not snow.
But same, they can do it on
Not-
snow. They can do it
not
on
the same-
snow.
it's
No,
not
they
the
can
same
do it on
thing.
they can do it on snow.
That's not how it works.
God, I hate you.
Too bad.
The monk. What can they not do?
Depends
Don't
on if
shoot.
you're-
Because physics.
Because physics.
Oh, we're done.
Yes, sir.
We've got relax. It's like on a tree on the edge of the parking lot.
Cool.
Excuse me.
So how many more did Klein kill?
3 more. But before you guys get to do anything else, the 2 massive lightning bolts come down. Yes, lightning bolts.
And where do these lightning bolts hit? Because we're separated.
Yes, one of them is like between you and Bob, and another one is like on the other side of the battlefield.
Right? No, that's his god.
No, it's Odin.
Odin.
Well, I mean, it's a different world, so technically neither of them are walking here.
So what happened with those lightning bolts?
A bunch of things got fried in their general vicinity.
So the bad guys got fried.
hmm
So the lightning bolts was a good thing.
I mean, they only affect things in a 38 feet radius, so.
That's okay. All right.
They came from the sky.
Probably fast.
Guy on the stream says, Zeus said, nah, I gone through a few bolts down.
There you go.
There you go.
Whoop. Yes.
All right. Is it initiative again?
Yes.
Okay.
Round 7.
Troll takes.
8 more damage.
I gotta roll. Nope. Only 6 points more damage. I got a 7 for initiative. My casting time. She's adding casting time instead of using casting time as my initiative.
Which we never did anyway because casters still used a die roll because they didn't announce what they were doing until after die rolling. So it was a moot point.
Right.
So ones.
I go last.
Klein goes first, I guess, then.
What'd you get?
Okay. Who's next in initiative?
Freeze. Pause.
I got a 4. Are there still a bunch of orcs left?
Yes.
Alright,
Don't even have to check.
I'm gonna hit the one that I already injured for 5 damage.
Good, because I wasn't prepared to have an attack yet.
Is it dead now?
Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and target the next one. That hits for 4 damage.
He stops what he's doing, turns around, looks at you, and sneers. Starts laughing at you mockingly. The mosquito hit me. Ow.
You said how much damage?
4.
Wow, that's actually the same thing that I rolled for the troll. By that I mean how much damage it took from Bob's scales. Which is actually only 1d2, but he's not dead. Not dead.
Eyes.
Shooter.
Sixes. Sevens. That's me. Acid arrow on the Trollian. Oh, 6 points damage.
Thank you.
And at the that's for that, and then he's in the last round for the first arrow is 5 more points.
So then also add another 5 points to that.
Correct. I'm running out of spells, dude.
I'm running out of arrows, so I'll be down there in a minute.
Don't worry so too much. Another lightning bolt comes down like over there a ways.
You can say whatever you want, but I know Odin told Thor just help out with it. And he's just drunkenly sending down lightning bolts.
Also, there's two giant big explosions over near the city wall. They're on the ground.
Okay. I've only got 6 more spell levels to cast.
Yeah.
Then I'm done.
And round 8.
So I'll start off with the troll takes 5 points damage. Initiative. Oh,
I got
God.
3.
I'm guessing Klein goes first.
Probably.
Yeah. Is this troll even noticing that I'm hitting it with acid? That it's taking acid damage, or is it so focused on Bob?
It doesn't care about you.
Wow.
It's a troll.
Yeah.
It might scream, but it's a troll.
Good lord. I've done quite a few.
How about this? It has 1/10 of its HP left. That is what I will say.
It's almost dead. Okay. I got some more in me. Alright. I'm going last again. I rolled a 6, which means I have an 8. So ones went. How about twos? Threes?
That's me. I am going to fire on the injured orc. And that's a nat 20, so I have 10 damage on the injured orc.
Yeah. The arrow went through its skull.
Did it hit anybody behind him?
It grazed one.
Alright. Then I'm going to take my second arrow and hit the one I grazed for 3 damage.
You grazed him again.
Accurate. Let's be real here.
He got lucky twice.
Fours. Fives. I actually literally wanted to get Mel's acid arrows specifically for trolls, by the way. And the next one would have been flame arrow for trolls as well, because flame and acid they can't regenerate. I'm not sure why I chose those specifically for trolls, but I did.
Aren't those normal anti-troll attacks?
Just fire and arrow, yeah. Fire and acid.
That's probably why.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't think you didn't solicit any trolls against us.
Only the troll bridge.
Right, but I didn't think we'd be fighting trolls. It's just natural for you to take acid and.
Because you're a natural at a play in D&D.
Right.
I should make a world with no trolls just to mess you up.
I know, right? Alright, my turn. Acid arrow. 4 points damage.
Okay, yeah. The troll's melting.
Okay, the troll's melting. Bob's gonna be happy. Skin? What skin? Your complexion is bad.
Okay, anyone else?
That was last.
Okay. So, what happens at the end of that round? Oh, that was 8, right?
That was 8, yeah.
So, there are 2 more lightning bolts, 2 more large explosions near the gates, or near the walls, 1 gigantic pillar of fire farther than that, and also, excuse me. No, actually, there are, how many?
How many? We just killed like 50 things.
3. There are 3 powerful sun rays of sunlight coming through the tree, through the the clouds. So
Coming through the clouds.
yes.
So they have a lot of high-level clerics there. Call lightning. That's druidic. The gods of this world are finally awakening. They come to our aid. good. I only have 4 more skill levels I can cast. I'm like, how am I gonna do this?
I've only got 10 more arrows.
After the sun rays come out,
Yeah.
you hear what sounds like boisterous laughter and some sort of monologue or announcement come from atop the city walls.
This is a trial.
No,
And you failed because 8 rounds later they're still alive. Go ahead.
What's the monologue?
Oh god, she's moving shit away.
ha ha ha! Burn in the awesome power of the sun! Feast your eyes on its almighty brilliance and purge yourself of your treacherous and vile ways, or be gone from this place, foul creatures of darkness and evil! Followed by a couple more verses of boisterous laughter. I thought of the sun pin just for this.
That is cool.
And this is also why I decided not to sit.
Right.
And
Pay
after
no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
after this, most of the surviving enemies actually turn tail and retreat.
Except for the ones that are webbed. They're trying to anyway. Oh, we never did the damage on them per round with the rats.
I mean, they're not dead yet.
It would have been 1, 2, 3. So 5 rounds of 5 points each if they did nothing. If they did something, 1d4 plus 1 per round. So potentially they all would have taken 20 points of 23 points of damage, 25 points of damage. I'm pretty sure they don't have 25 points each.
No. But it's not like the things in the webs can actually do anything anyway.
Right, I know, but I just wanted to kill them. Want to have more. Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to be a good aligned character.
Yes. Chaotic good.
Some of them are not actually to see where they're going.
What?
They're blinded.
Oh.
Those, they can still hear the obnoxious laughter, however, and try their best to move in the opposite direction.
Right.
The few that don't retreat or get finished off by you guys are taken out by more lightning strikes, is what I have written.
Nice. Battle is over.
You already were down the hill. There's no way you would have been able to reach everything without going down the hill.
I'm starting to lose. I want the sub chief and the troll.
I want to retrieve my arrows, and how many orcs do you have down that I killed specifically?
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so, with the sound of laughter, the danger to the city has passed, and the city gates open, allowing their men to start assessing the damage and your entry. For some reason, I forgot to apparently write down the R in your. After the display, Klein comes up to you, you specifically. He's holding the arm that had been bitten before from the tiger attack, with his other hand, with the blade of the weapon that he was actually using held in the hand of the arm being held.
Oh, jeez.
He says,
So he lost it.
He lost his whole arm.
"No, the arm is still there. It's just bleeding. The blood's dripping down onto the blade."
It sounded like you said he was holding on to his severed arm that was holding the pulled arm.
No. If it was severed, I would have said it was severed. He says, "I'm not sure I'm quite ready to apologize just yet, but at the very least, that was no wizard magic of my discernation. Perhaps I was too quick to scoff at your notion of these supposed gods after all."
Okay. I am also humbled by your expertise in fighting. You you deserve whatever title that you may have had. It is a shame that you were told that you were not needed anymore because you clearly are a master, and I bow in humbled by your ability.
You think too much of me. There was never any title I was granted. I left on my own when there was nothing more for me to do.
Still, I bow to your superiority.
Oh, how the standards of skill has fallen.
And I am proud to call you friend.
What he said.
It is an honor to have served with you during this 12 weeks of travel,
Grueling travel.
grueling travel with the sturgeons and sturgeons and sturgeons,
Sturge?
sturge, they're sturgeons.
Sturgeon is a fish.
I know. God, you would think this is Texas with the way the mosquitoes are so big.
I mean, they were bloodthirsty birds, so really it's Africa.
All right. So I go check on Bob, make sure Bob's okay. After I loot, I'm looting. I'm definitely looting. If there's no loot, just say this. If you don't want to, just say there's no loot.
No, well, what I have to do is figure out how many things are dead for you to loot.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll anything to find out if I find all my arrows?
How many arrows did you lose? Well, you hit all of them, so
None of them were crits.
one of them was a crit.
You only have to roll for that one to see if it broke.
Alright, and what do I roll?
D6 breaks on a 1.
I got a 3.
I guess you managed to retrieve your arrows then.
I was getting exhausted casting all those damn spells.
My arm was getting tired.
My whole body's fatigued.
Well, I think it's safe enough to rest here for like a week.
In the town?
You
Yeah.
got beds here?
We require beds, massage, and tubs. Not necessarily in that order. Oh yeah, and food and drink.
Always food and drink.
I turned to the ranger and it's like, hey, you've gotten pretty damn good with that damn bow of yours.
Thank you. Your magic certainly helped us not get in trouble.
Yeah. I got lucky is all.
As did I. Did you see the one that went straight through his head?
Did you see what I did to the troll? It's
I
a
just
puddle.
he was confused.
The troll's a puddle.
Look at the ogre over there. I poisoned. He still gets woken up.
I know, right?
You should probably feel good. I can't.
I don't know. Is ogres evil? I don't think so. I don't think ogres are actually evil. Might be lawful evil. I don't know.
Well, he is incapacitated for, would you say, 12 hours?
I have it noted as chaotic evil.
So we can kill him. All right. As I'm looting, I'm gonna kill the ogre.
That's what I figured.
And the other one decapacitated incapacitated was the boar.
Yes.
I'm gonna kill him with my silver short sword as well.
The ogre spurts blood, the boar does not.
Hmm.
You know what that means?
Yeah, one's dead, one's undead.
No, it meant that the ogre was alive and the boar was not alive by the
Oh, I
time you
see.
stabbed it.
Okay.
That's how blood pressure works. What you took EMT school?
I just figured one was an undead.
No, that would have been awesome though. I should have thought of that.
That's a big battle.
Yeah, you guys managed between you guys and Klein and Bob and everything. You guys managed to kill off 45 of them on your own.
How many were there total?
I didn't calculate totals, just number of individuals.
Okay.
How many did Klein kill by himself?
Oh God, 40 of them.
Hold on.
I only killed 15. 16. Was it a web?
I killed at least 6 and injured, I think, at least 3 or 4.
Klein killed off 23.
Wow.
So that's like half of your kill rate.
Yeah. And I had what, 15 in my web?
Yeah.
And then the troll at 16.
Well, there were 15 around. You didn't get all of them in the web, but
Okay.
I mean,
13 of
the
them.
other ones didn't know you were there yet because they were on
Right.
the other side, so they were
Right.
just hacking away at the web.
Right. So I got 13 of those, I think.
And one of the things Klein killed off was an ogre.
Nice. And a troll. And then I killed the ogre you killed. We double teamed that ogre.
Oh yeah, I got him out of the fight early.
That was smart. Web and swarm. Gotta have those two together. I'm thinking after this.
I think it's safe to say I probably leveled up from that fight.
You're funny. I was just gonna say the exact same thing. I was just gonna say, I'm fairly certain we just leveled up.
I would say so.
You know what that means, right?
More non-weapon proficiency slot?
No, that means she gets to throw more stuff at us.
Of course.
Give and take.
Yes,
I don't know if I get lucky on my health roll again.
I did actually. I rolled max on both of them. I was like really shocked. What was even shocking is that Sonya was right in the room looking at me when I rolled it.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? It's like, can't lie if the DM's looking at you.
Couldn't be more perfect.
It was like, nice. I haven't even added any non-weapon proficiencies. All the levels I've gone up, I haven't added anything.
Well, I'm hoping to maybe find in this large town someone that can train me so I can make my bow with the I forget what it was called, but I know Sonya said I had to train with a weapon like more proficient.
Yeah.
Your preferred weapon or something.
Hmm. Well, you should also, if you were smart, use a non-weapon proficiency to be a bow of Fletcher.
I think that'll take two. I think that takes 2 of them, doesn't it?
A bow of Fletcher? No, it's one. It's one thing.
Slot?
Yeah, it's one slot.
We'll have to look that up. I mean, it should be in the book, yes, though.
Probably.
I'll look it up.
Because that way you can make your own. You can make your own arrows.
Right.
So, are you going to take the time to loot the entire section, or are you actually tired enough?
I would like to loot.
Because remember, the guards are also now coming out to also assess damage.
I would like to loot the ones that were in the web, the sub chief,
Mhm.
the troll,
Mhm.
and at least the ogre that I was just on. And I'll so those ogres that were with the sub chief,
Mhm.
all those plus the troll and the ogre that I just killed.
So the web guys, the troll, and the ogre that he had infested?
Yes, because I walked over there and killed them.
Gotcha.
So that's my concern.
Mhm.
If I can get away with more than that, I will, but I'll take those. Specifically, I'm looking for the sub chief, the troll, and the ogres.
What about the chief? Did you kill the chief?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
That was the first thing I did was kill the sub chief. That's why I'm kind of glad I went from the back because usually their leaders are in the back.
Right.
Plus, that also
Do it in my head, but no.
plus that's also where the catapult was. So these were the group that was just targeting the catapult.
Right.
So I stopped the catapult from firing onto the wall. So in a group battle like that, in a big battle like that, it's actually sometimes better to separate,
Yeah.
especially because we all have our own specialties.
Right. You don't want to get too clumped up, so we're all getting hit by the same thing at once.
Correct. And the fact that I was able to come in from behind, they never knew I was there the entire time.
Right, and it gave you leeway to hit the whole area and not worry about anyone being in the way.
Exactly.
While they were getting hit and distracted from you, they were getting hit and distracted from me, and they couldn't pay attention to climb. So it
Right.
actually worked really well.
It did. It did. It was a very good tactic. I actually am pretty good at as a tactician.
I would say I am as well. Just I wanted to let Climb go because he gets so many attacks with his glaive. I only have or polearm. I only get one hit with my sword, so it made more sense to pick him off with my bow.
Well, if you put more points in your bow, you'll get more attacks with it.
Right.
Not just going up levels, but as an example, I'm not even a fighter, but my short sword, I attack 3-2.
Yeah, I gotta look into the. I gotta look in the book again and see where I have to get more attacks with my sword.
Believe it or not, in the player's handbook, the only things it mentions is specialization, which is pure fighter only. The things that I had mentioned were in the skills and powers, which technically are open to non fighters.
Right, the skills and powers, I put a proficiency slot in a weapon of choice, which gives me a +1 to attack. A weapon expertise, which gives me an extra attack. And what I cannot get, because I'm not a fighter, is I can't get the weapon specialization, which is +1 to attack, +2 to damage, plus an extra attack. And then with missile, it gets a +1 to attack and extra attack with missiles as well. Attacks per round for right, it's one level 1 to 6 is 3-2 for swords and 4-1 for missile weapons. At what I have. At level 7 to 12, my attacks go to 2-1 for sword and 5-1 for missile.
And where would I look at that in my player handbook?
It's not in the player's handbook, it's in the skills and powers. And then at level 13, my melee weapon goes up to 5-2, and then my missile attack goes up to 6-1. And that's as high as I can go. I can't go any higher. Now, if I was a warrior, that would be like at level 13, I'd be at 7-2 or better. I think next time I'm gonna go straight mage.
You keep changing your mind.
I know. I'm kind of liking the way that I'm working the mage.
Yeah, stop trying to make me think of different things. You're too early. Keep your thoughts to yourself, make notes of them, and when it's time for new characters, then you can present me with things.
Okay. What she said.
Excuse me. So you don't find anything on the troll. The incapacitated, now dead, ogre had 3 electrum. And the web guys had a total of 2 electrum and 30 silver. And also, all of them had all the things that he looted had a gem.
They all had looted, so that was 16.
There were 15 in the web. There was the ogre, and then the troll.
So 17.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I guess we should make our way to the town. How's Klein feeling?
Other than his bloody arm and broken haft, he's fine.
But he still has it though.
Both his arm and his blade.
And his blade. How's Bob?
He goes off to check on the other pine cones.
Nice. All right. I'm gonna go make sure. I'm literally gonna go make sure Bob's okay because I know the troll was hitting on him.
He didn't care about it. Well, he cared about it, but it only scared him. The troll never actually got through his armor. It just got cut up on it.
I want his kind of armor.
Believe it or not. I mean, it's dripping from the blade that's in the hand that's bleeding. Does that count?
I mean,
He wouldn't. He probably not.
And my last draft. No, I don't have any more. I already gave it away.
yeah, we both used all of our healing ointment before this final battle.
I mean, what better timing, right?
Yeah, right out of town.
Yeah, and you didn't even notice or know
That we were out of town, or that we had used our healing ointment.
that you were about to enter a big battle.
No. But that's how every game works, isn't it? Hey, we give you all these, and most of your missile weapons and everything else, and then by the way, big battle.
So you want to know what's funny? I've gone through that so many times to the point where in a lot of games now I will save my most powerful items, and then by the time I get to the end of the game, I will have used like none of them, and I'll be completely full on my most powerful weapons and never have used them because I was afraid I was going to need it.
When I try to do that, it turns out that I don't end up using them during the big fight either.
Well, yeah.
Because I'm the one that over levels to get over my problems. Because I can't tactic.
I can't tell you how many times for like level-based games, I'm level 40 in an area that's supposed to be level 20. It's just I like being overpowered.
See,
I don't like being over leveled. That's just how I deal with my problems.
now see, I'm the one who is like level 5 or 10, going into a level 5 or 10, like from level 5 going into a level 5 dungeon, and then putting it on extreme hard so it makes it a level 15, and I beat it.
I'm pretty sure you're the only one that plays games with extra difficulties like that.
Yeah. I was playing one game, Ranger, we were level 10. I was level 8, was a level 10 dungeon, and they put them on. It required 5 people, according to these guys who had started the game, like when it first started, they were playing for like 3-4 years. And Dungeons and Dragons Online. And we went to this dungeon and they put it on hard. They said, "Oh, the 5 of us should be able to do it." The first battle, my other 4 people died in the first battle. And here I am, already under level by being level 8. They were level 10. And I went around, got their soul stones while killing everything. And the only place to resurrect them was right before the last battle. So I did the whole dungeon by myself, and I was like, I just keep on hearing these things over the line. It's like, damn, damn. How are you doing? That's not possible. And then doing the whole dungeon, and they're like, okay, so we've been playing this game since day one, and you're like probably one of the top 3 rangers in the game.
Right.
I've been playing for a month. But I know how to play a ranger, though.
He also knows how to use the backup button.
Yes, backup is fun.
He also likes jumping,
Yes.
which is not available in all games.
Nope.
Like Neverwinter Nights.
Right.
Spacebar is pause in that game because pausing is awesome.
Oh my god. But yeah. All right, so we enter town.
As you enter through the gates, you see some buildings along the road, a really big one ahead that might be behind another shorter building, and to your more immediate sides, you see groups of people conversing. They appear to be soldiers or city guards talking with people in colorful robes or tunics or strange coats of some kind, as though they too seemingly have a dress code. There are 7 individuals in each of the colorful groups. Those on the left are dressed in robes or tunics made of materials that appear lightweight or thin. Color-wise, they start at the top with a burning crimson, which covers 70% of the way down their bodies and sleeves. The remaining 30% switches to orange, then yellow or golden, and finally ending in white at the very bottom.
Nice.
And ends at the sleeves. The borders between these colors are not straight lines all the way down, all the way around, but instead contain peaks and troughs, many of them sharp, that encroach into their neighboring colors at irregular intervals. Also, 3 of them have sleeves that only go down to their elbows instead of all the way to their wrists like the others. The group on the right wears a form of clothing that I'm not sure counts as a robe. I think it might be closer to a coat of some kind, but I digress. The material appears thick and heavy, based on how it sits upon them. The collar does not lay upon the chest or neck, but instead stands straight up stiffly high enough to cover half their faces, at least for most of them. Their sleeves fall straight down into a wide column, hanging low enough to cover their entire hands, at least while their arms are down, except for the tallest member who wears a short-sleeved version. The coloration only uses 2 colors, and the transition is oriented horizontally down the length of the middle of the figure. On the right side is colored a light blue, and their left is black. The manner in which the 2 collide is far more chaotic and irregular, and lacks any straight edges compared to the other group.
Like a zipper.
No.
Those striations. Sorry.
Lacks any straight edges compared to the other group, and the variation between individual patterns is prominent. This is the section where I said I'm giving up on drawing a color picture for this section.
Nice.
Could have saved me an entire page of speaking.
Right.
It seems that the guardsmen people are thanking them, and then you hear a sound you oh so recently familiarized yourself with coming from the group in red on the left. Of course! If the sun was at full strength, it would have already vanquished all of this evil long ago, though the price for that may be high. That is why it is our duty as emissaries of the sun to direct that power and defeat all that the evil we come across. It is our job and our calling. If you wish to give thanks, direct your praise to the sun and her most zealous follower of all, the Sunvoker himself, who directs his might solar power through us to destroy all evil who shun the sun's bright, warm embrace. Ha ha ha! Klein can't help but.
Yes.
Klein can't help himself but speak up. Oh, is that so? You make it sound as though this supposed evil vanquisher would welcome an evil creature into their ranks if they so proclaimed a wish to live by the light of the sun. Of course! If an evil creature truly wants to sacrifice itself for the sake of spreading the sun's power, then so be it. Who are we to refuse such an individual the right of the solar light when itself is not so picky? Praise be to Mayor SOOO. Muya Shu. I can't even pronounce my own writing. That sort of thinking is exactly why we ended up finding that corrupt advisor among your ranks, Charles. You suddenly hear come from behind you from a female with long, straight brown hair from the other group. It seems she has a history with this young man, with short, spiky black hair who's been spouting nonstop boasts this whole time. Oh, come now, Rebecca. He did his job well until that last bit. Besides, if he really ever started making use of the Sunvoker's solar power as a conduit, he would have been burnt to bits for us in due time. Such is the fate of any evil that tries to touch the sun without changing their vile ways or views. It seems he was causing quite the mess of things, even with just words alone. And what about you, then? I recall the saint you serve also allows for evil among their ranks if it's for the sake of the moon. The lunar light may be of greater effect on undead, but has no effect on other evils. I would think that your order would be an even greater risk of such complications. Oh, not to worry. Though true is that Miss Lunel herself does not shun the darkness that is evil to such extremes as your sex, unlike you who welcomes anyone and everyone with open arms at a moment's notice if they so much as fake an interest in the sun. We are far more selective in who we accept among our ranks. Our system of a trial period and investigation have been more than helpful for weeding out several who wished both us and others harm before we welcomed them in as initiates proper. Invading people's privacy as usual, I see. Are you still mad about what happened when we were kids? I told you, it was an accident. Now, you hear on the with an appropriately timed clap from the direction of the rest of the city. We're in the city of love. Let's not dwell on old feuds and instead look for new friendships, all right? Isn't that what each of you came here for in the first place anyway? Both of them go, and walk away in opposing directions with their own appropriate accompaniment in tow. And as they do so, you can now see the large embroidery of the sun and moon upon the backs of their respective followers, which leads you to realize a similar depiction upon the 1.5-inch diameter chain bracelet charms, one worn by those with visible wrists. It's possible that the others also possess this.
Wow.
Yes, I put a lot of thought into this.
Yeah, you did.
We were eating watermelon earlier.
Yeah.
The rather young man that broke up the fight has chest-length black hair braided to hang over his right shoulder. The smile upon his face is perhaps the brightest and most welcoming you've seen in quite some time. After the others disperse, he then begins to address you. Welcome, friends. I'm sorry about that scene just now. I'm the city's current engineering and design planner. My name's Damien Rootbach. I'm glad my new wall design held up, but I'm also very thankful to you as well for distracting so many of them until the priests could finish their spells. Please, allow me to show you around and pay for your room and board fees for as long as you would like to stay here, as a token of my thanks.
Yeah, we can stay forever.
Come. There is much to see, though I must admit the internal layout isn't exactly ideal. But what do you expect when the wealthiest person in town decides to take the design of their surroundings into their own hands, despite having no experience? In any case, over here we have... where did I put that map? Yes, I drew a map.
You're gonna need someone to take a picture and send it to you.
That's fine.
Is this what we entered?
No, that's the gates.
Mm-hmm. We're right there. Would it have been better to put it on graph paper?
I wasn't intending on it being this detailed.
Gotcha. That does happen.
I didn't intend on marking literally everything. I'll send you a picture of that. See, it's nice having two phones sometimes.
Oh. Can I see them? He's looking at it. Why can't I?
Because you gave it back to me.
So, did he show us this map, or is this
No,
just giving us
this is me letting you know that he gave you a tour of the entire city.
This is to prevent 3 hours of her talking.
Yes. And also trying to mentally figure it out what's going on and where. Excuse me. Yes, actually, we do. 65.
When was it the 59?
That's because I ran out of room. See, look, I put the rest on the back. Like I said, I was not expecting it to be so detailed.
Right.
You'll have to ask Mom.
All right. I think first order of business is.
Well, when he's done with your tour.
Oh, sorry. Well, I thought that was the tour. Sorry.
When he's done with your tour, he tells you to let him know if there's anything else he can do for you, and asks if you have any more questions.
Well, my friend here, Klein, is severely injured with his arm. I think it would be if we can get a healer to heal him.
Actually, if you heal all of us, that would be nice.
I'm not damaged.
I'm about half health from the last couple fights, or about half health. I might have. I think I have 30 HP, correct?
The barber is at 29.
Is that what you're calling the healer?
I mean, the barber back then was the hospital, so.
Okay. And so she's given us.
There's a reason that's in quotations. Sorry, you're saying?
Can their healer heal by wolves as well?
It's a human hospital, not a veterinarian. I do not have one in my notes, but I do have one place that's not listed, but I don't think they would have an entire building just for animal care. You might be, your best chance would probably be the stables, since they have to take care of animals. Well, actually, Klein does have his own question, though. He wants to question the naming of the city. Damien responds with, the city of love, as I mentioned earlier. Officially, it's the city of Armorad, in homage to the skilled armorers that helped build and settle here. The latest person with the most influence here insisted on the switch in identity. Personally, I think I prefer to pay my respects to our roots, but I will admit, it's nice seeing so many bright smiles and personalities. So this city is known for its armorers, is it? Then perhaps you know of an armorsmith by the name of Louis Chambel. I have indeed. He was one of the best amongst our founders. He even had several apprentices, and some of our current armorers still carry on his legacy. Why? Just a name I read in a book somewhere that I remained curious as to the ending of. That's all. I don't suppose you would happen to have anyone who could provide a new haft for this butte, would you? He holds up the blade. It broke mid-battle when it couldn't handle the stresses I put on it as I fought full tilt. Normally I would send you to the carpenter, but if you manage to break a wooden one, perhaps you should consider requesting a work from Saravelli, one of our weaponsmiths. She has a certain way with metals, as her compatriots say. If you're okay with the metal haft, she can probably forge you one from her special alloys. I've heard it's quite versatile for those who can handle it. Saravelli, huh? I'll have to give it a shot. Thank you. My pleasure.
Nice. Okay.
By the way, what happened to that cur we've been following the whole way here? I haven't seen him since we entered the battle out front.
Oh, Shooter? Shooter was with us at the battle.
But then you all split up. He wasn't.
Shooter was with
It wasn't my turn to watch the little thing.
he was with Rev.
Yeah, but you guys had to split. He ran out of arrows.
And then he went into Millie.
He didn't.
Okay. Is he dead?
Well, he's not with you.
You think we would have seen that if he was dead when we were looting and stuff. Unless he ran.
I mean, you don't see him.
So
Damien seems worried that you're missing a friend and offers to help look.
we should go back to the battleground and see if we can see his body. That would be the start. Like you were still firing arrows, but he was with you, and he ran down to do Millie. So he was in front of you. So at least you had an idea of where his body might be.
There's only so many places to hide, even for a 3-foot tall dog.
I'll be honest with you. In this moment, I don't really care where he is. I'm exhausted. I cast way too many spells in one day in quick succession.
Yeah, but you're not out of your allotment.
I am not. Plus, I have a berry.
Right? I mean, you'd probably exhausted to not being able to move if we were using proper fatigue rules, but we're not. So lucky you.
I guess we can search. I mean, we can search the battle area. If it's not there, we can do a search in the town.
If you can find signs of where he's been. You can't track something if you don't have anything to track. I need the tracking rules, please and thank you. Tracking modifiers. That was unusually quick.
She's learning the books.
I never enter the player's handbook. Where'd you say that you were going up to again? Excuse me.
while he's doing that,
Roll your proficiency check with a -6 penalty for poor lighting.
Which proficiency?
Tracking.
What do I roll?
Um,
Like, what do I?
it is a d20.
it should be in the Rangers
It, it,
class.
it says you get the tracking, but it doesn't tell you what you have to roll. The thing says it's a wisdom check.
The wisdom check?
Yeah.
So I have to roll under my wisdom?
Yes.
With a
Well, my
-6
wisdom's
penalty.
My wisdom's 17 and I rolled
17
an 8.
minus 11 is -6 is 11, and that's 8 is under 11. So yeah, you managed to find the signs of where it was.
Right. I'm gonna try to follow the tracks and see where it goes.
What level are you?
Currently, I am level 4.
So you actually get a +1 for every 3 levels for your tracking.
Okay. No, not level 4. I'm a level 3. I was just shy of leveling up last time, so I'm still at level 3.
I mean, he managed to make his check
Yeah.
anyway, so. But it's good for him to note for next time.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So, thank you. You eventually find him amongst the bodies of several orcs with entangled feet, I'm sure you can imagine. He has a large gash down his back, and he isn't moving. The orcs appear to have been fried by one of those lightning strikes after the damage had been done.
So he already killed all those orcs and then the lightning.
No, he was slashed in the back, and then the orcs got fried.
So
Is
so let's check see if he's alive.
Well, he isn't breathing.
Can I use my health kit to stabilize him?
He's not breathing. We got to get him to be breathing first. Undead. Let's get one of the. No, never mind.
I mean, my other option was I'm just gonna carry him into the healer. I'm just gonna haul ass.
Do you think a surgeon would be able to fix someone that isn't breathing?
I mean, medically speaking, they can bring somebody back to life.
In the modern world,
Sure, but
they don't have defibrillators.
I'm assuming these healers have some level of magic, correct?
You can't bring the dead back. Period. Did he have any magic items on him? I'm checking. I want to go through his pockets and find out what he had. If anything. No, you're not ready for that?
No, I have a complete list of what he had on hand.
Oh, okay.
Do you not see the backs that
I
he's
know.
completely kitted out?
There's no way they can shoot him back.
Klein chastises you for pickpocketing someone that you thought was a friend when there are ways to cheat death.
If you have an idea, Clyde, speak up, please.
Most methods I know of take some time and materials to prepare and perform. The longer a soul is left to the beyond, the more likely they are to turn evil when they come back, no matter how good-natured they were in life. So the first thing we should do is extend the time we have before that happens. Before we begin, we should move his body somewhere that the light of the moon won't reach. Even the slightest contact will ruin it. And be careful not to spill any of the remaining blood. We'll be needing that.
Blood magic. He did blood magic. probably at an inn or something.
Well, we're getting there. Since Damien was searching with you guys, he's around and he has a comment. He says, "I think I've heard rumors of what you're getting at. You mean that actually works?" Indeed, I have experience with the procedure personally. I see. That's amazing. We can take him to Mayford Inn. They have a few windowless rooms for the occasional light-loathing guest. Perfect. You only have a single bed, though. Doesn't matter. It'll just be a corpse and perhaps one other to watch over it.
Oh, John did. And you laughed.
I've never seen or done this on a kobold, though, so we may have to wait extra time just to be sure. So you take them to the windowless room.
Yeah.
We should start by identifying one of his most precious possessions. The more important to him, the better. It has to be fully soaked in his blood for no less than the full 30-hour days. Then the thing about the kobolds and waiting things. I miscalculated where that note was. There can't be even a single speck of the object uncovered, so I usually see it stuffed into the body itself. This will only work within 3 days of one's death, so it's good we found him early. This will bind its soul to the object in question, and over the following days he'll gradually be able to regain the ability to speak with us and weakly manipulate the object he was bound to. Bond is rather weak, however, and will be released on the next full moon, even if contact isn't made. If it was the blood moon in spring, it would have instead strengthened the bond and his power over it. Such a shame that we'll just have to find something else.
What did the shooter like? What would he have been like on his person? What would he have had that you liked over anything else? Did he have like a medallion, a ring?
He made it himself, actually.
Oh, he made it himself. Then his bow would definitely be it, but that's trying to stuff that into his body.
It would just barely fit if you were very careful.
Yeah, from
I mean, there's a giant gash in his back, but I mean, if we can come up with a smaller, less invasive object, but the bow seems to be okay. Maybe you can tell Klein you're going to look through his pockets for something that we would assume to be most valuable to him. So you're not just looting his corpse.
well, I wasn't necessarily. I didn't mean that like
Right.
for real,
I know
to
Klein
loot his
would.
corpse, but is there anything of smaller items that we could find on his body?
I mean, the bow was his largest item, so.
Wait, what about his razor? Is there any significance to his razor blade that you can often use to scratch for weird creatures?
It was silver.
It was silver. Does that have any significance to him?
No, his knife was silver. The razor was cold iron.
Uh,
Was
so
the razor of any?
so the only thing that was significant sounds like it was his bow.
That's what we're trying to find out.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, I mean, we travel with the guy. Do we see anything on his body? Can I go through his pockets? Can we look through his stuff to see what he may or may not have had? A item that might have had a hair follicle from his long lost great grandfather's mother's
He was an
sister's
orphan.
brother. What? He was an orphan? Of course he was. Does it have to be the whole item or just a piece?
If it's just a piece, then you have to detach it from whatever it was attached to.
So the string from his bow,
That would work for a string.
I would think. What do you think? Can I do that?
Unless we can identify another item, then yeah, I'd go with the bow.
Because I I'm not thinking the bow is a smart thing because
No, I don't want to shove an entire bow inside of this 3 foot tall creature.
no, wouldn't be no. We'd have to like shove it down his leg.
Right. Well, that's why I was thinking if he had, like you said, a medallion or his razor, if his razor was any sort of heirloom to him. Can we look at the razor, see if there's any sort of like family crest or engraving?
I'm gonna go with no. I mean, you can look, but you don't see anything.
So I pull everything out of his pockets. Is there anything I can possibly find or see?
Uh, let's see. There's small razor, like an egg thing, cloth emergency bandages, dried berries and jerky, sticks, anti-stick powder, a jam, bandages of various sizes.
A gem, is that like a normal gem? Or is it like a special gem?
It's uncut.
So it's a normal gem.
There's a tiny metal mixing bowl, ceramic mortar and pestle.
How about the mixing bowl or the mortar and pestle? Does that look like have we seen him use that before? Like, does it look like it's been used a lot?
It's a little stained, yeah.
That might be better. Because it's clearly something he's used in the past.
But the mortar and pestle is just a tool, whereas the bow he crafted himself.
But not the string.
But it's part of the tool that he crafted.
Alright, so keep on going.
He could have weaved. He could have created the rope before the string started.
Jars of various herbs, bone needles, spool of black silk thread, ceramic vials filled with clean water, the silver knife, stone arrowheads, metal arrowheads, waterproof tinderbox, a now empty container of insect repellent, whetstone, his remaining Kingdom's ointment, few cloths stained with flint residue, a natural glue. That's not like in an actual container though. Twine.
Can you
Hello?
can you detect any magic on it? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes. But then she said, then Klein said I shouldn't touch anything.
Right. But we need to find out what would be his most
Valuable item.
Uh,
I mean, if it's his bow, but
I mean, as far as magic goes, do you count the falchion that's +1 versus metals though?
so if there's multiple things that's magical, is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm asking if it's +1 to only one thing, is it considered magical?
Just that part. So if it was like a wooden handle with the blade, and the blade's magical, then that would be that's the part that would glow. So yes.
So that's not what I mean though.
Okay. The whole thing would not be magical.
Well, yeah, it would just be the blade,
Correct.
but it's only +1 versus metal and metal like things. Is that considered magical? If it's an inherent property of the material?
No, its inherent property is not magical. Is someone who did
Enchants it.
enchanted.
So then, yeah, no, nothing happened.
Nothing happened. So we'll just go with the bow. Do you want to take just use
Oh wait,
string?
the belt buckle blows. Yeah, wooden belt buckle.
Look closely. Do we see any sort of writing, engraving, name?
It's it looks like a gigantic oak tree.
That would sound important for a ranger. We'll use the belt buckle.
I almost forgot I added that. Actually, I did forget I added that.
I really didn't want to do that. I was thinking he ain't walking when he wakes up. He ain't moving. He's gonna be very stiff. Hey, he's only 3 feet tall.
No, I'm pretty sure that his rays are actually held on by drawstrings. Well, it's on his harness. It needs to be in his body.
For 3 days?
At least a full 30-hour day. But since it's a kobold, it might need more.
Okay. So I'll take it off and I'll stuff it in his body. That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Ew. Yeah, I think now, fine. Do we have to, does the belt buckle does it come back out after the ceremony or is it staying there forever?
Of course, it has to come out. He would. I don't think he would appreciate being stuck in his own skin like that.
All right. So I'll we'll put it where we can easily get it.
Well, don't forget, it has to be fully
immersed in blood. Yes. Yeah. So I get that. So I'll make sure I roll it around his blood for a bit, and then stick it back in and make sure it's covered in blood.
So you're just going to stick the thing in and hightail it out of there?
Well, Klein's the one that knows the ritual. So there's not much that we can do except for putting.
Well, he said most methods, so that implies he knows multiples.
All right, Klein, what do you want us to do?
What I have written here, what I have written here doesn't specifically apply to that particular question, but I don't know how to modify it, so that's what I'm reading.
Right.
Of the methods I know, obviously we could turn him into an undead proper. There are multiple methods for the myriad of options, but I can't imagine he'd be pleased with it, especially with his habit of sleeping outside. Unfortunately, I doubt he would be pleased with the arguably easiest and most permanent method that I am aware of either. At the very least, none of my comrades were exactly thrilled with the idea of being little more than talking weapons with little to no control over their new bodies for the rest of time. I have heard rumors about certain groups in the densest jungles who are capable of reversing death through the practice of lengthy rituals. However, I'm afraid I've never familiarized myself with these tales, nor ever bothered to confirm their existence. Perhaps there are methods that even I am unaware of. However, I've already been surprised by unfamiliar powers since coming here after all.
Coming here from where?
Arriving at the city.
Oh. All right, so still this is our best method is by putting the belt buckle in, surrounding it by blood.
Yes, but it's a temporary fix.
And let it sit there for 3 days or 30 days, 30 hours or more.
Like how that's tripping you up?
Yeah. And so what do we do after we do that? Like what happens to him?
That's what he was talking about. Mm-hmm. should be noted that the vessel should be kept outside of moonlight at any cost. Otherwise, this weak imitation of an undead would easily fall victim to its power and be destroyed.
So he can't be out at night at all.
Not if the moon's out. He can come out at the new moon.
Well, on the blood moon.
The body should also refrain from any other contact with moonlight after the process has been begun, as we won't be able to use it as a vessel for his soul later otherwise.
So the problem I'm having is that we're gonna have to travel with a quasi-undead who, mind you, during the day would die because of the sun. Can't go out at night because of the moon would make him full undead. And we have to travel for how many months to a location that may or may not even be valid to bring him back to life? Like, how are we supposed to
I
do
am
that?
shocked that you guys are not seeing the obvious elephant in the room here.
Kill him. Like, let him die. Well,
You won't get your Kyoto's ointment recipe.
well, I guess the thing is that could we put his, so if we put his soul in the buckle, we can transfer that soul, or just we can actually put his body in a bag and travel that way.
Still gonna rot.
Maybe.
Yeah, especially in the desert.
I said densest jungle. I corrected myself.
I don't see the elephant. Do you?
Other than calling upon Odin, no.
I don't think Odin has resurrection powers, but I could be wrong.
And none of these priest things can resurrect them.
Are you going to go ask them?
Yes.
Okay!
Well, that's the first thing I said. Is they're healers or anything have any sort of magic?
You asked about the hospital.
I said healers, but okay.
I mean, that's what Damien knows about.
You asked Damien.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go to these rogue creatures and ask
They're
if they,
humans.
and ask if they can resurrect our friend with a belt buckle in his back.
Klein's going to stay behind and watch over Shooter's body.
That's fair. Let's go find the priest.
Anyone in particular? You have two options, red or blue. That's all you know about.
I'm going to go to the girl.
The blue side.
The blue side.
You're going to the red?
Because the girl was cute. So I'm going to her.
Well, guess what? I read the same thing for both, so you can both listen in.
They both have the ability or not.
No, the same lines, I should say. Because I was not going to do the tiny alterations between them.
Right.
These are my one-dimensional NPCs.
Gotcha.
When you arrive at the dwellings of the sun or moon worshippers, you are greeted and welcomed by a mid-rank follower who happens to be qualified to answer your questions.
Okay. Questions are, do you have the ability to resurrect? Does your sect have the ability to resurrect someone who is recently slain?
Bring the dead back to life, huh? I'm afraid that's outside the range of our abilities. However, I heard that an Elizabethite and an exorcist recently came to the city on their own missions. Their saints have more power over life and death than ours do. You could try asking them. Oh, right. You might have heard of exorcists before, since Exornon's followers are so adamant about proclaiming themselves as such. But Elizabethite is just a nickname of sorts we started using to refer to Lady Elizabeth's followers, since they haven't had any inclination to make one for themselves yet. Priests that don't intend to stay long usually stay at the smallest of the inns in the city. You should be able to find them there. And just between us, I recommend going to the Elizabethite if you want a discount. They almost never charge fees for their services at all. I haven't a clue how they how they survive in our trade-driven world.
All right, let's go there. Yeah.
I am sure you do. The distance is about the same. The receptionist says that the exorcist is staying in room 106 and the Elizabethite is staying in room 212, and that they each said they would welcome visitors.
I'll go to 212. You gonna go to 212, or you want to go to the? So do they both have the same answers?
They do not.
We'll go to one first, see if it's acceptable, then we'll go to the other. 212.
I mean, it's a similar answer, but I did write different things. So 212 first.
Mm-hmm.
Knock, knock. Come in. Squeak. Maybe it was a mistake not to bring the chair back out. What you see is not a small dog, as was the previous follower of Lady Elizabeth you met.
Okay.
Never remember.
Yeah.
Instead, you see an actually fairly large, powerfully built man sitting on the stool in prayer, carved staff in hand. His robes do also carry the same blue-green tint as Pippa's, but is not nearly so dull in saturation. As he turns his head to look at you, you see their smile and squinty eyes, and he says, "Please, tell me what it is I can do to aid you in any way."
Well, I'm glad you asked. We have a friend that we were traveling with who recently died in his last battle and trying to save the city. Is there a way that you could resurrect him, perhaps? That's a big no.
Yes, Lady Elizabeth is certainly more than gracious enough to allow the dead to return to their former lives among us, or even to reincarnate into a new form entirely. Normally, I would only request that you join me in my prayers and meditations for a day or so, or possibly some herbs I can make a poultice out of, if you are pressed for time. However, despite my appearance, I actually have fairly little stamina, and will have to delay my investigation into the almost nightly disturbances here further. As such, I'm afraid I will have to ask for some form of compensation as well. Something of material value I can give back to the community as recompense for my delays and the damages sustained during them.
Well, we are very poor. We have been traveling for months and months, and we have very little money to offer in recompense. But we might be able to help you with your chores. What do you think there, Rev?
We can offer you aid, but we do have
The compensation he requests is only 50 electrum or equivalent for a raised dead.
We don't have that much.
You have lots of gems, though. Equivalent.
Yeah, but we don't know what they're worth.
well, I guess let's go to the shopkeep, find out what the gems are.
50 electrum? That's more than all our money combined. Like, honestly, like all right, I have 44 electrum.
And a lot of gems.
Huh?
I have quite a bit of electrum myself.
You're gonna have the same amount as me, pretty much. Depending on how much you spent on your equipment.
Right.
Yeah,
We could split it and just give them 25 each.
we could.
Or we could, and then we could find out what our gems are worth and sell those anyway to make recoup the money.
All right. Well, we can give you the 50 electrum.
Will you also be joining me for my meditations?
I will be, yes. Do you want to join his meditations?
Sure.
Klein won't.
No.
He's busy.
Minus 25 electrons. What do you think?
And he is willing to let you join in his investigations if you really want to. Well, he can't do both. It exhausts him too much. So the prayers take a day.
Do we get fed during that day?
He
Like
has small snacks.
small snacks, pretzels.
I don't think they had pretzels back then.
Right. So Klein's just sitting with Shooter in the body.
Mhm.
We come back and he's playing tic-tac-toe on his chest.
Raised Dead is a touch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Resurrection is not the same thing as Raised Dead.
Yeah, but
Resurrection brings it back to life. Raised Dead makes an undead.
mm-mm. Resurrection ages the caster.
Yeah, by one year.
That was 3.
No, it's like 1 month.
Animate Dead makes undead. It says right here, when the priest casts a Raised Dead spell, he can restore life to dwarf, gnome, half elf, halfling, or human, or other creatures as may be allowed by the DM's option. So restoring life is not making it an undead.
Right. Well, you're right, because Resurrection actually, they may come back as something else. Because Resurrection, you don't actually always come back in the same form.
I think that's reincarnate.
Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah.
I did look this up. I made sure to omit the ones that aged people.
Getting my spells mixed up, man.
I mean, you don't normally play priests,
No.
and don't normally have people die on you either.
No.
The range is actually 30 yards. Wow. So you go through those prayers for a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's late at night the next day.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to take him to Shooter or take Shooter to him? Him to Shooter?
Which is easiest?
Having a giant guy follow you around or taking a dead body from place to place?
Yeah.
I mean, he is a giant.
No, let's take Shooter to him because he gets tired too easily. So we'll go grab Shooter. Shooter gets extra XP for dying.
For time.
I don't think that's actually a thing.
I actually think it is.
I think it's the other way around. Aren't you the one that was saying that NPCs shouldn't be getting XPs, even though the DMG specifically says that there are some NPCs that absolutely should. So you take Shooter's body to him.
Mm-hmm.
He casts the spell. Oh wow. I rolled a 99 and his resurrection chance is 98. So he loses 1 point of constitution.
Wow. Go Shooter.
I think that's how that works.
Yep.
Where's my pencil? How many pencils do you have over there?
I don't know. Just...
He is very weak and helpless. He has 1 HP. And he still has a giant gash in his back. I would say the best choice would be to wrap him in bandages and carry him to the hospital barber thing very carefully.
Yeah.
as this priest sort of collapses from exhaustion.
Okay, when that happens.
So Shooter's getting administered treatment at the barber. And you're taking your wolf to the stables. Congratulations, you now have more gauze wrapped around you. That's soaking in blood.
Klein, after we take what's his name, he's gonna go over to the weapons armor guy and go talk to that chick. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's what he's interested in.
Yeah. I'm interested in going to sleep. What I'm interested in, because we've been up for like 2 days now.
So are you going to be sleeping next to the priest? That's also
no.
collapsed?
I'm going back to the inn.
in the windowless room.
Whatever room that the inn gives me, a regular room, whatever. I need to get some sleep.
Well, you already have the windowless room.
Yeah, I don't care about that. So I'm gonna go get a room at the inn, and let Klein know that where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna let him know where I'm gonna be. I tell Shooter, but he ain't gonna remember shit anyway. He's like, whoa, where am I? Oh, that hurts. Oh, my back hurts. My back hurts. I'm gonna take his last Cutum's ointment and slap it on that wound.
Uh,
1d4 plus 8.
thank you. 11 HP back. Bring him up to 12.
Mhm. So he's in a much better shape now.
Mm-hmm.
And before I go to bed, I'm gonna ask if there's anybody that has potions and
Who
stuff.
are you asking?
Um,
Because if you're with Shooter, you're currently at the barber hospital thing.
I'm gonna ask them if there's CD's Children's ointments. Is there anybody who might have some of those in the town? Yeah, you can leave it open, Laura. No.
They suggest you might be able to find something at the apothecary or the marketplace. Those are usually where you find strange things like that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the apothecary. So we're separating. I'm going to the apothecary. He's going to the stable. Brian's going to the armorer. We'll all meet back at the inn in a day or two.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go. You're gonna use the.
The wash one?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad we found him. You wanted to go take a nap.
I figured he ran off. I figured because he didn't really want to go to the town.
Right. I figured he ran off too, but I was also worried because I didn't see him where he may have run. So good thing we checked, because if we didn't get to him in time, he may have just died.
Wow. He did die.
Well, I mean, he may have just died and not been able to be resurrected
But,
if we didn't get to him.
but death is still death.
Right, but death without resurrection is far worse.
It's permanent. Yeah. It's not the preferred method.
No.
Death without resurrection is not preferred. So I go to the apothecary to see if there's what they have for sale there. Do they have any potions of healing or children's ointments or what do they got? Before I leave, I didn't give you your total for last week as far as the copper and silver.
Okay, what am I getting?
23 copper and 9 silver. Oh, and another 15 silver from today.
When the morning comes, I'm going to head off with the weapons.
I'll get the gems when she has time. So we
So
call.
is that all you have scripted for today?
No.
Okay.
So we are now up to 27 gems. I didn't give you any gems, right? Okay. So we're up to 27 gems.
Are you ready for
Yes.
what you found at the apothecary?
Yes.
They don't have what you're looking for, but they did have a single potion of healing, possibly out of your price range, unless your gems are enough to cover it. And they did have something similar, which is a healing salve, or it looks similar to Kyoto's ointment anyway. It says this ointment contains herbs that help to stop bleeding and close a wound, as well as infection-fighting properties. Applying the salve to a character with open cuts or bleeding wounds, not crushing or bludgeoning injuries, restores 1 hit point per separate wound or injury. For example, if a character was struck 3 times in the course of a melee, 3 applications of salve could restore 3 lost hit points. Healing salve costs 5 to 20 gold pieces per application, so bring that to Electrum.
5 how much?
5 to 20.
No, not of our price range. Even that is, I'm not paying 5 gold for 1 hit point. I'd rather die and create another character. Money is too hard to get.
So the next thing is, well, you had a turn. He has a turn
Yeah, he said he went to brought his wolf to the get healed.
to the stable.
Yeah, to see if they can heal him.
The stables are manned by an older middle-aged man and his apprentice / assistant. Housed within are lots of rhinoceros and oxen from the currently staying caravans, as well as several young specimens being kept and raised as replacements for their injured or oldest. If you're asking if they can help your wolf, the best they can do is put some bandages on it. The men, the older one shudders and the younger one laughs at the thought. They don't want anything to do with them. Um, 5 silver per day.
Oh, that's, yeah, after the next day. So, yeah, so now we're gonna bed down. It's Klein's turn.
Mhm.
And then him and I are bedding down for the night. I don't know what Klein's gonna be doing.
Well, I don't have to tell you guys that because Klein's an NPC.
Right. So after we bed down the next day, is that what we're looking at now?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to go looking on Shooter.
Okay.
How's he feeling? Is he better?
A little.
Yeah. Okay. Just gonna rest up. I mean, I didn't lose any items. So I don't think I can afford any magic items. So I'm not gonna necessarily go do that. I'm gonna go. I can if you want. If you have time to go see about the 27 gems.
I mean, most of those were planned gems, so yes, I do
Okay.
have time.
All right, we can do that if you
I,
want.
I, I still have the marker from one of the Knoll encounters for what those were.
Okay. So I'm ready if you're ready.
Um, so please tell me you kept which ones were from where separate.
The last 17 gems we got was from this last battle.
Mhm.
The last 10 we got was from the last battle. So we only have two battles that we got gems because the other 10 gems we had we gave to the troll. And if you
I only have 9 gems on this card, so you must have gotten one from another random battle as well.
I had 10 written down, and I just got 17 more. I'm trying to find where I wrote it down. Nope, I don't see it. I don't see where I wrote it down. I can't tell you what day it was. Sorry.
Oh well.
Because remember, we gave the 10 gems to the troll, and then the next battle, you gave us 10 more gems, and you went and you made a comment about it. So it was the battle after the trolls that we get the 10 gems. Because it was written down as one. I hadn't erased it. It was written down as a singular 10. And then you can tell you just erased it to add the 17 to 27. So that's why I know it was a singular 10. If it's only 9 and it's 9, then it's 26 gems. If
I
that's
mean,
all you
there
found.
there could have been another thing.
That's fine. We'll just go with 26 gems. That's fine. I don't care.
To compensate, I can tell you specifically what kind of gems.
Value. I want
Okay.
value.
So pardon me if this seems ridiculous. There is one of 1 electrum value, um, one of 10 electrum value, um, another one of 1 electrum value, um, uh, 5 of 50 electrum value.
5 of them.
I think so.
Okay.
That's what I have written for that.
Okay.
Still needed.
Money is not so hard to come by.
And all of the
Rest.
all of the ones that you found from the army people,
Yeah.
they were 100 electrum value each.
Each. Okay.
They were fancy. Well, different people put values on different things. But there are places for you to sell things. Like, you may be able to sell them at the jeweler. You could rent a shop at the free marketplace. There's an alchemist you could sell things to. There is a wizard, a resident wizard that you could sell them to. Yeah.
So the value of them all together is 1,962 electrum. So your cut would be 981 electrum.
Of course, good luck separating that in gem value.
Well, actually, it's really easy, honestly, because all of these are at 17. Then you have 50s, right? That's 2 more 100. And then, I mean, everything is separated pretty easy. You have 1 electrum, 1 electrum. The only one that would be you can't do is that one. That's 10 electrum. That would have to separate into 2 for 5 electrum each.
How many total electrum do I get?
981. If you want to know what you get in gems to equal that, if I added it up right.
Maybe you should do that.
No. That's why. So if we can split like one of the 50s up, like if we could sell a 50 electrum, like 150 electrum, then we would end up with like you would end up with like 9 100 electrum gems plus a 50 plus, you know what I mean?
I mean, you could also sell them at lots of other places too.
Yeah, I mean, if we can sell them all, it's worth the value is 1,962.
I mean, armorers and weaponsmiths and the fancier clothing stores would also take them for ornamentation.
Yeah.
So,
So your cut would be 981 electrum.
In total, if you just sold it straight.
If we just sold it straight. So I'm going to propose we do that. So it's separated, and then he can buy what he wants, and I can buy what I want.
You not have to worry about some people wanting different values.
Yep.
For gems.
Yep. Does that make sense?
Yeah, let's go on and just sell the stack and split. Take a couple of days to, whenever we need to. We're probably not going to sell them all in one day unless we're going to run all over the city. But we're going to be in the city for a minute anyway, so yeah, let's sell all the gems.
I mean, you've already been here for 2 days.
All right. See, after I do the gems, after I do the money, and I disperse the money, then I put an X through it, so I know I don't do it again. See?
And what, I can look it up in the book, but if you know off the top of your head, what's the conversion from electrum to gold? Like how many electrum?
There is no gold.
There's no, I just mean like equivalence wise.
I think electrum is half the value of gold.
Okay, so I have 1,000 electrum, so roughly 500 gold, something like that.
If we had gold, yes.
But we don't have gold.
Oh, so there's no gold in this campaign.
Correct. It's only electrum. That's the highest money value so far.
So it's electrum, so it's copper, silver, and electrum.
Right. They might be able to find gold, but not in the quantities necessary that would make it a viable currency option.
So, having said that, now that I have money, I'm going to go to the armor, the weaponsmith.
So now you're both going to a weaponsmith.
Yeah. I'll let him go first.
You can go at the same time for all I care.
Yeah, but you can't talk to both of us at the same time. Right. So
Yes, I can.
I'll let you go first.
I mean, as you approach,
No, your money's not good here. Go away.
you see Klein, his arm wrapped around the shoulder of a young woman. She's dressed in fairly normal peasant wear, save for the pretty little neck scarf that looks like it just came from the marketplace. He notices you and comes up and says, "Ah, excellent timing. It would seem that I have been able to bring you good fortune outside of battle as well. You were looking for that man in dark red robes, were you not?
Yeah.
It just so happens that this young lady here is a relatively fresh witness of just such a figure. Go on. Why don't you tell them what you saw?" She meekly starts saying, "Oh, all right. So, me and my family work the section of fields closest to the western forest, and I saw someone in dark red robes heading from the forest into the mountains only a few hours before the attack on the city started. I was fortunate enough to already be inside the walls by then doing errands, but the others who didn't notice them in time, they, and then tears start falling from her eyes. Klein says, "There. Better not to dwell on things outside of our control." So, there you have it. It would seem that little Pooch's shortcut works so well we nearly caught him in the act. It seems your next destination lies farther to the north, somewhere in the mountains. You can only go so much farther north. Perhaps they have some sort of hideout or other such dwelling not far from here.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Did you get your poem fixed?
It seems it will take them quite some time, as they seem more than willing to work with me. Hmm? He says,
He says, hold on, I'm gnawing on a pretzel.
well, apparently it worked, because I think that's what I heard.
Of course, the gnawing on a pretzel is pretty loud, so.
He says, as much as I enjoyed my return to the battlefield, I must say, the city's new reputation has become well earned. I never once imagined that one such as I could ever love another again. And yet, here I am, held captive by the gaze and touch of a woman I only just recently met, and not even one of such high standards as I. Perhaps these bards in the square touting that love knows no bounds are not as foolish as I had originally thought. And it is for that reason that I wish to remain here with my fresh new lover. Before we part ways, however, I am willing to give each of you a chance to partake of my reservoir of knowledge as a token of my newfound love and respect. You may each probe me with but a single question. Don't waste it on some mundane triviality of little to no importance, let alone my past. You're assuming that my polearm will be complete by then, aren't you? She said weeks, but I hadn't even bothered to ask what her week was.
So, just said don't ask personal questions.
No, he said don't ask stupid questions.
Let alone my past.
Let her know of her past.
I'm gonna hold that thought. Hold that thought till I have a better question.
So I have a question, but I don't know if it's a valid question for that would be pertinent to the game or not. So I'm gonna pose my question to Ray first, see if he agrees or disagrees with my question.
And you're gonna let me listen in
Oh yeah.
so I can nod in approving or disapproval before you
Yeah.
officially ask it.
So the question I wanted to ask was, when we first met him, he got attacked by a creature that threw him through something that he ended up destroying trees with his body, and he didn't die. He collapsed trees with his body.
You don't know that.
What kind of creature was he fighting?
I mean, you already asked him that.
And he wouldn't tell us.
He said it looked human originally, but then it was suddenly not. It surprised him. And he didn't know.
So it's not a valid question. His vast knowledge. What kind of questions would we want to know?
Right, that's why I've held off my question until I come up with a better one.
Unless we ask questions about the guy in red. But I wouldn't know what questions to ask.
Right, because it seems he's already told us everything that he knows about this guy. At least that's what it seems.
Right.
He said he didn't really know the medallion or what exactly type of magic was being used.
I didn't quite hear everything, but I feel like I need to point out that as far as this journey is concerned, he doesn't know any more than you guys.
Yeah, actually what we're saying.
Having said that, I did prepare answers for things that I thought you guys were interested in knowing about from previous things, like not related to him, of course.
How about if you just fill us in with your infinite knowledge?
Is there anything you want us to know?
Yeah. I'll throw that at you, at your feet. Balls in your court, dude.
Well, looks like you're both stupid.
Yes.
No, I still want to ask the wrong question.
Too late. Takes his woman and walk away.
No idea what to ask, guys. No idea.
Well, that was your question, so.
What?
What do you want us to know? And then you chimed in with the same question. You.
So ask the question.
Most of the things that you're going to find in the equipment. So there are swords, knives, pole arms. Nice. Perfect.
And no magic items.
No.
What about the armor? Are there any magic items there?
No. There's some with gems though. Embedded. They're just fancy though.
I think gems want to see gems. Look. Well, there's nothing I really need.
Well, I'm considering if I can find anything either, I'm considering buying a second quiver so I can carry double the arrows, and then obviously buy the arrows.
Well, you wouldn't find a quiver at a weaponsmith. Yes, and you would not find a quiver at a weaponsmith. The leatherworking, I think. Um, there is a set. Well, actually, the quiver might be at the Bower Fletcher rather than the leatherworker, which is also where arrows would be. I mean, that would be what you would think.
Yes. Normally, a weaponsmith is metal, swords, daggers, pole arms, garchons, whatever. And then you have a separate leather worker, like even with armor. An armor would be chainmail and above, and then a leather worker would be leather, banded mail.
There might be a little bit
mail.
of crossover with like
banded
studded leather,
that's
but
right.
both.
No, studded leather would still be the leather worker. The banded mail would be
that would be
both because it's a wooden slats that go across. But
Depends
it's
on the
worked.
mail.
But it's worked with the metal to hold it.
Depends on how it is. Apparently they're not in the player's handbook. I suppose I should check if they actually have something that unique first.
I would imagine they would probably run similar to his darts.
No.
No,
Darts are wood or bone.
The throwing knives that are actually described are actually have a pretty unique design, and I rolled like just barely above of what they would need of the scores that I put for to have. But they are willing to take custom orders. Excuse me as I display how unprepared I am. I would say 7 EP each.
Go with 7 electro.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm going to purchase 5 throwing knives and 4
It'll take time.
how much?
What if he made them silver throwing knives?
Be even more expensive. And
He's got the money. Just thinking if we go against undead.
I have silver arrows.
Okay.
And like, I don't think the throwing knives. What? Hold on. What's throwing knives? I have it in here. Throwing knives.
I would say
I have 2d4 plus 2 and 1d6 plus 3
I would say they would take.
A throwing knife does 2d4 plus 2? That's more than a sword.
I would.
And I don't know what I wrote down, but that's what it says. I have to go back to the original one so I can see what it is.
That's more than a sword. That's interesting. That's like a two-handed longsword.
Like I said, the thorn knives that they have are not these little tiny things that you have. These are not the things in the book.
I know, but it's just like a dart does 1d3 plus 1. A knife shouldn't do much more than that. A dagger does
They
1d4.
weigh 4 pounds.
Throwing knives weigh 4 pounds?
The ones in the book, yes.
Holy
Like
crap,
I told you that there were these big pronged things.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm going to use I want to use my leather working to create the harness for these 5 throwing knives so that I don't have to use my sword.
So the throwing knives will take probably
Basically, they're rebar.
will probably take 10 days for each one.
For each one,
I mean, regular daggers take 5 days, and these things are more complicated than that. So
So all right, I'll pay them to make them, and if we leave before they're done, then
You'll have them when you come back.
it'll probably take you. Let me see if I can find the actual proficiency.
How do you throw a knife that weighs 4 pounds?
Why do you think they do so much damage and have pitiful range?
How do you throw a 4-pound knife? Like, holy, that's more than a sword.
What I want to know is how you're supposed to throw a knife with like 4 prongs on it.
Like,
4
that's
pounds isn't as heavy as it
crazy.
sounds.
It is when you're trying to throw something in that's
And be accurate.
yeah, they're kind of pretty irregular.
I was just picturing regular throwing knives, but
The ones in the book are not the ones that you see people using on YouTube or the circus.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about actual throwing knives. But
Mm-hmm.
If I had to, I would say the harnesses for them. We'll go with 10 days. I don't have any. I don't have any numbers, but that's what I'm going with.
so 50 days in total for 5 daggers and the harness.
Right, since you can work on the harness at the same time.
Right.
So 40. So yeah, 50 days.
Well, I don't know if we want to wait a month to find out what's happening.
No.
But I can at least create the harness and leave it with
Sharpening is probably the best they can do since they're unfamiliar with the style. No, it's just regular maintenance. I mean, you have a whetstone, you've probably been doing it on your own. It's generally assumed that characters are doing that in their downtime. Damien Rookbotch. Okay. So you go to the Bower Fletcher. Well, to the best of my knowledge. For standard flight arrows, the cost is 3 silver per dozen. Okay. And you wonder why I put it underneath.
Because I don't play with it? Is that, come on, you gotta give me something to play with.
What do you think we're doing?
I know, right?
It'll probably take less time since the daggers are a lot simpler. Yeah, simpler.
Yeah, I'd say like 4 or 5 days to do a
Yeah.
sheep like that, because that's something that has to be made to order.
Hmm.
That's not like a yeah. I mean, like a quiver is different because like like one pattern and but a quiver like a harness that you're talking about that's fit to order. Yeah, yeah. That would take a lot longer to make than that. So what her estimate is probably accurate.
Hmm.
Like even in real life, her estimate's probably accurate. That's up to you. I've got nothing to do in here. The only things I would have wanted would have been post magical items. They don't have any. I got no reason to stay except for picking herbs. I want to go to the apothecary and check out the sneezing and choking powder if they know how to make it or if they can help me research it. Other than that, I'm ready to go.
The looks like the barracks only have longbows. Short sword or kukri? Yeah, we just copied the stats. So kukri. Um. Wow, I rolled the same number. No, they don't know that one.
The only thing I'm gonna do is re-up our provisions, ropes, things like that. candles.
You haven't used any candles.
I know. I'm
We
just
should
like,
check on Shooter, how he's.
yeah. Well, we're doing all this, and on the third day that we're doing this, and so he's already been healed for 2 days. We've been checking up on him every day.
We should see if the apothecary has the herbs to create the cure.
I don't know what herbs they are. Only Shooter does.
We should ask Shooter that.
He wouldn't be able to tell you. And he doesn't know how to read or write, so it's not like he can write it down.
All he knows is what they look like.
Yeah.
And if they're in powdered form, he wouldn't know.
That's true.
All right. But I'm going to go to the apothecary and ask about the dust of sneezing and choking. See if they have anything like that. That right there, dust of sneezing and choking, is my main weapon. By the way, way better than sleep. Although sleep is pretty damn good. Should have used a sleep powder on all those guys in the battlefield.
That would have put you fucked the most.
Yeah, I would have, because I'd have to blow it into their faces.
Ooh. I don't know if that would work, but I remember reading that rangers can have access to plant-based spells, and wind was one of them. I was wondering if it was possible to combine like a gust of wind with your sleep powder.
I feel like the powder at that point would be too dispersed
Yeah,
to be
because
effective.
the point of why it works is that it's so close. It's
So it has to be concentrated.
yeah,
Yeah.
versus a sleep spell. But the sleep powder, that's usually what I would use if I'm in melee combat and I'm getting toasted. I whip that out, and that way I can either kill him or run.
The apothecary is unfamiliar with.
The idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have plenty of other crushed herbs and preserved stuff that if you want to examine their goods, though.
Ooh, do they have any
I rolled too high for They have amaryllis stock.
Which is what?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's not going to do us any good if you just, like, we're not going to know.
I mean, amaryllis is a kind of mushroom.
All right, so what I want to know is, do they have anything that has pepper in it?
Pepper. I don't see pepper in the list of herbs and plant specimens.
Then I'm good. I'll research it later on.
They suggest that if you want spices, you should try the marketplace or a general goods store.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Duh. All right, I guess that'll be where I end up going. I'm gonna go to the marketplace, look for pepper, hot pepper. Normally, yes.
You do manage to find pepper.
Cool. Is it hot, spicy pepper?
Mild spicy.
Really hot.
You're being solicited to buy it.
I'm being solicited to buy it. You know what? I will take it. I will take it because I can try to make something that's mild so it won't kill anybody. And then I can try it on, see if Ray wants to be a guinea pig to see if I got it right.
He tried to see if,
Well, it's not the really hot stuff, so it's not going to kill you. No, I won't take any HP. Because in reality, if you fail your saving throw, you die. So with this, because it's just mild, I'm just trying to figure out how to make it. If I can make this mild one, you're just probably gonna like cough and sneeze for a while, for a long while. Might be incapacitated for a couple hours, but like 2 hours. That's the whole point. Is I want to see if I can make a powder that will debilitate someone, like maybe like the poison you use made them incapacitated for 2 hours, 2 to 12 hours. If this mild one can do the same thing, an irritant, incapacitate them for an hour, with their we can just kill them. So yes, I will take the. How much is it?
3 silver for kind of like a handful like this.
How much you got?
He has like a thing
I'll,
like this.
I'll take it all.
That's a lot.
He goes, okay. I'll take it all. I'm happy because this is actually a good start for my research. Back it up.
Hello? Good to know. Thanks for the follow. Thanks.
Who's that?
Hello, friend. Loved your stream. Really cool content. I'd like to become a fan. Could you add me on Discord? Then username. I don't know. It sounds kind of scammy.
Could be a bot. How many silver per electrum?
I think it was 5.
So I need. You said 180 silver.
Mm-hmm.
I need 70 silver. Divide that by 5 is 120.
Where did you get 70 from?
Because I have 110 silver. You said it's 180 silver.
Gotcha.
So that means I need 14 electrum. I do.
It's dry spices.
Yeah, it's dry spices. You learn your spices. But I will tell you this: if I can research this and make it work the right way, you'll be impressed.
Well, there is a wizard, but I have not determined if they are capable of doing that.
Yeah. Not all magic users can do that.
Well, let me know when or if you determine.
I mean, you'd have to go up and, probably ask them anyway, so.
Well, all right, I'll ask around town. Where is the wizard?
Where he lives. You saw the map. I know that one was marked.
Where would that be on the map?
Number 11.
Okay, well, if I have the map, then I'm just gonna go to the wizard.
I sent you a picture.
No, that's what I'm saying. If my character, I'm asking as my character, where would the wizard be? Because you said that he gave us a tour, but the map was only some of the special items.
Yes, but I gave you a map because he gave you a tour of the entire place.
Okay, so I know where the wizard is.
That's
Unless
what she said.
unless you forgot.
Did you forget?
I guess you're looking around for a wizard. Have you tried the library?
They have a library?
You saw the map?
Give me the map. 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 Diddy. So you talked to him about the wizard. Library. Got it. 140.
No. I don't have that many things.
40. Number 40.
You first things you have to get through the front door.
I'm assuming I already did. Okay.
No, you did not.
I will knock on the front door.
What? That's my best impression of a knocking. Was that?
I don't understand why. What's so funny?
Because you knock and nothing happens.
All right, I'm gonna check if it's locked. You have to tell me if nothing happens. Is the door locked?
It is. That's right. I forget the Discord doesn't pick up on sound effects.
I'm gonna knock again.
You hear a louder knock.
You hear your own knock going back to you.
Hello there. Are you there, Mr. Wizard? Anybody respond?
No, but roll a wisdom check. D20, roll under.
I rolled a 9, so I passed.
You don't hear anything, but you can kind of see one of the window shades off to the side moving a bit.
But he's not touching you. I'm such a kid.
Yes, you are.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go find Damien and ask him. Is there any way I can talk to this wizard because he doesn't seem to want to interact?
Damien says that the wizard is an extremely private individual and that he generally does not see anyone that doesn't have permission granted to them already.
And how do I get permission granted?
He doesn't know. He doesn't even have permission.
Does he know anybody that would know?
One of their servants, maybe?
Which servants? Wizard servants or the regular servants?
Wizard servants.
Does he know where any of them would be?
Their living quarters is attached to the wizard's lab.
Why is this? Okay, you know what? Forget it. I'm not that determined.
I assume you're following him doing this?
No.
No?
No.
You're buying you're buying.
He's in the library.
Yeah, I went to the library. I'm looking for books on how to make powders and salves and how to do apothecary so I can make my powders work better. Or
In training, they learned if I found a manual or a book, or as far as weapons.
my
It really depends on the weapon, and you definitely won't gain very much experience from reading a book, unless it's like a magical book. But I don't know of any like that.
manual gainfulness or something like that. But that's not the same.
Well, I was gonna search the library for books on weapons training.
I mean, we've certainly found manuals on different techniques on doing medieval weaponry, but I'm not sure that just reading a book is the same thing as gaining proficiency in it, if that makes a
Right.
No,
difference.
but I think what he's saying is that if he can find a book on weapon proficiencies or whatever, he can read it, and while we're traveling, he can practice the things that he read
Gotcha.
to increase his proficiency with that weapon.
Right, especially because I would imagine at least something like the short bow, there would be some sort of manual on it. Now, the kukri could be more of a special thing. I might have to find somebody who also has a kukri, but the short bow, I would at least think that soldiers would be have to be trained in that and such would have some sort of manual.
I would say that what you're looking for are things that do require an actual trainer
Okay.
versus ordinary proficiency. Like if you had no idea how to use a rapier, maybe you could learn how to use a rapier from a book with self training, but I don't
All right,
think
then
you can get really good without someone teaching you.
okay. I think we've done everything we can here for now. Klein's not coming with us. Do we want to check in with him one more time, see if he's willing to come with us?
Nah, I'm done with Klein. He shorted us a question. Bastard.
He did, but he's real good with that full art.
We probably don't need him for the next part of the journey. That's probably why he's staying.
Or Sonya could just be trying to make it harder on us.
Nah. Why would she do that? Why would the DM make it harder on the players? Come on. Be serious.
Is Shooter coming with us? He's back to full health, right?
No,
So he's not coming with us.
he is very far from full health.
Okay. How much longer does he need to rest to get?
2 months.
Probably just about.
So we're in this on our own.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the start.
The other tracker.
Well, I would like to point out. Nah, he didn't seem interested. Well, uh, the priest's quest.
There was a priest quest?
Yeah, he
The
said
reason
there's
that he was here.
To collect herbs and stuff.
No.
Why was he here?
You don't know. You didn't ask.
What am I missing?
Oh, nothing.
Well, the priest had said that he had something that he might, ambition that he might be helping.
And we said we would do that with him. And then he said, well, you're going to sit here and pray with me for a day? Okay, so we prayed and we were waiting for everything else. And I thought that was it.
Are you going to join him?
Yes.
Okay, so it takes him 2 days to rest up, so he'll probably be ready like tomorrow.
Well, since Shooter's down for the count, Klein's not coming. Are there any
What about Bob?
mercenaries? Are there any mercenaries in town or soldiers willing to come along with us?
For free?
Maybe check. Well, I was gonna check either the barracks or the ale house.
For free?
The
For free. For free?
Not just for free. I want to know what options I have.
Well, the people at the barracks are all like trained to be guards, so they want to stay around. The people at the various taverns are either perfectly ordinary people not interested in going off to the mountains, or are completely dead drunk. Um,
Oh, the ones that are really drunk, if they look like they're in really good shape and have weapons, we can just like,
they don't have weapons.
listen, Josh, I'm talking to my character here. You're not here. You're up here somewhere. So listen, we find them. We take them with us, right? We get a wagon. We put them in the wagon. We haul off and start doing our adventure. When they wake up out of their stupor and they ask why they're there, it's like, well, you lost the bet. You're here to help us for free. That was the bet.
Why do I not think that your ranger friend will appreciate that?
No, we're not kidnapping anyone. They will come with their own volition of no.
Good boy.
The mercenaries and the guards are not willing to help.
Well, you didn't find any mercenaries at the taverns, if that's what you're asking.
All right, so we're gonna go help this priest guy.
I mean, well, first off, that's tomorrow. Second off, as you're wandering around, you don't see any mercenaries as far as you can tell, but you do see two kobolds, um, both bigger than Shooter, near a smaller road. One is a greater Swiss mountain dog, in 3/4 plate mail with a war hammer on their belts, talking to a passersby, and the other is a red Akita Inu wearing studded leather skirts and banded mail uh, arm armor. But due to their mostly white tabard, you can't tell what kind of armor is on their torso, but it is metal. Um, they are wearing an arming sword on their hips and is standing especially erect nearby, looking at a piece of paper. They are both wearing something like a mini day pack or thin fanny pack strapped around their backs from their right shoulder to their left hip, and their weapons are worn on the right. You can't quite tell if they're looking for directions or for work. Passers Passersby departs, leaving the Swiss mountain dog with its head hanging. But as you call out, they both perk their ears up. The
I
Akita
can actually see that.
good. As the Akita just looks up and side eyes you, while the mountain dog, on the other hand, runs right over to you with a hopeful look on their face. He introduces himself as Carter and his companion as Fighter. He says that they just finished training with their master up in the mountains and was given a poorly drawn map and told to go find work for themselves on their own. We were both trained to fight, but I can also pull a cart for you if you want. What do you say? Will you hire us? We're only asking for a single silver piece a day. Names, am I right? um, no,
Chocolate chip cookie.
no,
Pumpkin.
no.
Oh, that'd be funny for a master's name. Yeah, pumpkin. Shut up. It doesn't matter who the master is.
He was a priest of Agrigor.
Yeah.
It's my weapons, but I was also able to become a priest as well.
He's got a hammer, a war hammer.
He can use a lot of different weapons. He does not.
You're kind of true with your cookery.
Lovely.
Yeah, we can hire you.
No, no, a silver. Just a silver. The mountain dog is very excited while the Akita just closes his eyes and nods in quiet acceptance.
Cool.
Congratulations on your first hirelings.
They go back to the gotta make sure they're fed. Go back to the inn for the night. Make sure they're bedded well. Their own rooms. Make sure they get a really good meal. And then we'll go bring them to the priest guy.
A what? No. No, I'm being realistic with my world so far.
Okay, so if her world advanced 300 years, all your questions and everything you're talking about would be there. But her world is just starting off at the precipice after a dark age where everything was destroyed. All the knowledge.
That's how he's interpreting things.
That's how I'm interpreting it. That all the knowledge, everything is basically gone. No, but they have crossbows here.
But crossbows can't fire as fast.
No, that's true. That's why I didn't want it. Like I get one bolt per round. That's it. One. That's not true. That's not true. You can actually carry more bolts for the crossbow than you can for arrows.
I'm not sure about that.
Mm-hmm. The weight. I mean, come on. We had the automatic loader for the crossbow that had 6 bolts in it, and I had like 4 or 5 of those boxes on my body. Like I was carrying like 30 crossbow bolts, and they were like in these little kits.
Yeah, but that was also the tiny version that did like 1d3 damage.
That's true. Nice. Very nice. If you had a horse, you could put another 100 arrows wrapped up in a blanket. Well, let me ask you a question. If you got a horse, you'd still be subjected to my speed.
You'd also have to feed it.
Mhm. Mm-mm.
I mean, it would be able to technically, but it'd only be able to travel at like
Half speed.
something like that, yeah. Which would be about as fast as he can walk, but you know.
I'd have to jog. My constitution isn't that high to jog all day. What about any of the companions we might have? Mm-hmm.
You could check the stables again.
They did. They did that for them.
They could have other things. I mean, the
An ostrich. You know.
they did.
You bring a troll, I bring a rhinoceros.
Elephant.
How about
Yeah.
you would need a special saddle because they're so barrel shaped, but it could technically be possible.
They don't move fast. They don't see well.
It's doing great, thanks. Yes, but the caravans can use them.
That's true.
We're about ready to set off on our next adventure. Yeah.
Yes.
What's the dog's really used for?
This is a kobold.
I mean, it's a dog like kobold, so.
Dog.
I mean, there is also a.
Nope, there's more words.
Yeah, you're right. What inspired you to start streaming? Let me think. I think it was Markiplier.
Markiplier?
Video game
Oh, video game streaming, right.
I mean, he mainly did YouTube, but I only watched him for a little bit, and I was just consistently 3 years behind. But he made money on it like immediately, so I thought, well, maybe I can make some money on it and also record what I'm doing in the beta testing of this MMO. So
More words.
that's actually a purple heart, and I don't know what that means. I'm not familiar with Twitch emotes. Oh.
So, for that person who's asking those questions, so in playing second edition Dungeons and Dragons, she decided to create her own world. And for Dungeons and Dragons, so she actually is creating her own gods, um, everything from scratch. It's pretty cool. More words.
Um, the vast majority of the things there are for the caravans, but they do have two older Bactrian camels that recently got retired and replaced the last time the desert caravan came through. That just so happened to be trained for riding. Since they're old and have no real use for them, they'll sell them for half price. The younger man is also trying to raise a young griffin, expecting it to become a fantastic and exotic mount if they're willing to wait for it to grow up. And the older man is not so convinced of the younger man's ambition. Like 100 Electrum, but it isn't trained yet. Empathy? You can.
Can I make a suggestion? Um, what if instead of purchasing the Griffin at this time, you make the offer of the 100 Electrum or 200 Electrum, but you also want to pay for the training, so it's guaranteed it's yours,
Like a reserve fee?
like a reserve fee, and they get to get paid to train it as well.
Well, yeah, but first I want to see if I can bond with the creature before I just buy it. So that's I want to see if I can approach the creature if it wants anything to do with me. If it wants nothing to do with me, I won't waste my time.
Right. Words.
Your hairband also looks pretty dope. I think that's supposed to be a compliment on
It
the
is.
internet.
It is a compliment.
It says that one of the conditions for animal empathy is that it has to be native to the real world. But that doesn't mean that it hates you immediately, since it is being trained by a human. It just said 100 Electrum.
100 Electrum.
But that's as is, too.
That's as is, not after trained. It's as is.
You can say
But see,
something.
I want to. So I want to ask him what the training consists of because having a trained animal trained by somebody else, it takes more time to bond. You train the animal yourself, you build that bond early.
Yeah, but you also don't have animal training, so you wouldn't be able to train it anyway.
No, but I can take that proficiency I have with
You'd have to train for animal training.
Can they teach me animal training?
How long do you want to wait? How long do you want to wait before we leave?
I'd like to know if they can and how long it would take.
They cannot.
Words.
So they can't train me to train, but they can train it.
Yes.
In other words, they don't know how to train other people. Like, just because you can use a sword doesn't mean you can train someone to be a swordsman.
I appreciate the offer, but I don't think I'm ready for custom stuff. Thanks, though. What's the question? Sorry.
How much would you charge to train them and house them so you could purchase them?
As in, if he's willing to fund the
Yes.
training? Yeah, that sounds about right. 1,000.
About 1,000 Electrum.
Yeah.
So 1,000 Electrum for the purchase and the training.
Pretty much, yeah. I think that's about right.
I know that somewhere there actually was a listing for how much a griffin costs.
That would be all of my Electrum. I don't know if it's worth the investment.
But we're going to go more adventuring.
Right, and that's what I was gonna say. I don't know, and I'm still gonna have 170 copper and 120 silver. So I can't think of much else that I need to buy at the moment.
So here's a DM's job. A DM's job is to give you money and make you spend it. So you have nothing when you leave the town. That is the DM's
which costs a lot more than land-based. $25? 25. 25 each, yep. 3 copper each.
I have no idea how to ride, dude.
I mean, technically it is possible to ride a trained animal without a proficiency. You just can't do anything fancy.
Like run.
Or tell it to giddy up.
Right. I'd fall off. I'd fall off. I do not have a riding proficiency. Correct.
I know.
Except for the fact that they could walk longer than we could.
They can also carry more than you guys.
Yeah. You'd have it'd be in essence like a pack horse.
Except it can actually carry your weight.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, but they don't have any rhinoceros for sale. Indeed. Wow. The camel movement rate is 21.
Is that walking?
That's what it says in the monster manual.
So that would be its normal gait. Like a normal gait for an elf is 13 or 12 or whatever.
Pretty sure it's 12.
12. And then if I was running, it would be 16. Like I don't know what this.
I think jogging is plus 50% and running is 2 times.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'd have to double check. I mean, also note that. Never mind.
Well, here's the thing: we're going up into a mountain. Camels are desert animals.
They're Bactrian camels.
So
those are the really hairy ones with 2 humps. They're not necessarily deserts.
If we went up to the mountains and we had to go into cave system, what are you gonna do with your camels?
I mean, you could say the same thing for literally any mount.
I know. What would you do with it? Tell it to stay?
It might be something that you should wait for after then when you come back.
That's what I was thinking. Like I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it until you mean. The only way around that would be is you'd have to hire someone to go with you to stay with the animals while you're in the cave system, if there's a cave system.
I mean, you have 2 dogs.
Then what's the point of having them with us if they're outside?
I know, right? You really should train, but non-weapon proficiencies I don't think would take nearly as long to train for as weapon proficiencies. And also, there's a Bower Fletcher in town. You could probably hire them to do it.
Also, technically, a non-weapon proficiency is something that you would learn in your daily life of living. Okay, so growing up as a kid, you learn how to swim. So you'd have the swimming as a non-weapon proficiency. You're a ranger. So technically in your training, if you use that as a non-weapon proficiency, you because you know enough about arrows to fletch, and you know what straight is, what straight isn't. You know the basics, so you can theoretically not. You don't need someone to teach you per se, or like she said, there's a bow fletcher in town. Go in and say, "Hey, I'm a ranger. I have a little knowledge in bow and fletching. Can you just show me the rudimentary so I can practice it while I'm out and about?" Then you would get a roll for a non-weapon proficiency check, and if you make your roll, you learn it. That's basically how non-weapon proficiencies work. For weapon proficiency requires a training from a specialist or a weapons master.
At least
or
someone,
a school
at least
or
someone proficient in the thing
Right.
of higher level.
of higher level. Correct.
Right. That's why I was asking about.
But non-weapon proficiency is not like that.
Right. That's why I was asking about animal training as well as a non-weapon proficiency. She said I would have to be trained in that as well.
I mean, it's the sort of thing that it depends on what it is.
That's something different.
Yeah.
That's a specific. That's not something you would learn in your daily
Right.
life. You know what I mean? Like cooking isn't something you learn in your daily life if you chose to learn it.
I mean, that's debatable looking at some of the things you see on YouTube. Just saying.
So he doesn't seem convinced that they'll easily be able to sell this griffin. Is that the conclusion I've come to?
No, what it is it's young and still being trained and very expensive. It's also very rare.
So long term, if I were to buy it, pay the trade it, and then learn, then I still have to find somebody to teach me air-based riding. So it just sounds like HomeBrew.
Not necessarily.
Or would I learn by riding?
You would learn by right. That's how you.
Eventually, yes.
Right. You would get it, the griffin, and you would try to learn how to ride. And
You
might
fumble a lot at first, but
Right.
then after
a week or 2 weeks, she'll roll and say yes. After 2 weeks, you have the proficiency.
Have you guys ever seen the movie How to Train Your Dragon?
Yes.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen
So
it.
it feels like something like that, where or like you ride it a few times and then you start to get used to it, and then
Correct.
he ended up building a saddle that helped him.
Right, but he was also a genius.
Right, and I'm imagining it like that. And right now, I don't know what else I would do with 1,000 electrums. So I know it seems silly, but I kind of like the idea of having the griffin.
Of investing in the griffin.
Yeah.
Good job. Because so are you gonna buy it? You're gonna give the 1,000?
You know what? Yeah, I am. I'm doing it.
Nice. Because if you didn't, I was gonna invest in the kid as a trainer and have them go get other griffins to train as well, and then get a school, pay for a building. Like I have 1,000 electrum to pay for him to have a whole gimmick to do griffins
Well, that's
and
the thing.
start earning money.
If he successfully trains this griffin, you can still do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it'll be a more worthwhile investment.
Yeah.
I'm buying the griffin.
Investing in the griffin.
Yes.
I hope you don't break your neck. After seeing him jump on it, because I'm gonna try for my first ride. It jumps up, starts flying, and she rolls, and it's a fumble. You're 100 feet up, and you fumble.
I will tie myself to the griffin.
And the saddle falls off, and you fumble.
I mean, technically, there's a ceiling on how much fall damage you can take at once because game
There
rules.
is?
Game rules. They consider it terminal velocity.
Yeah, I'm investing in the griffin. That is my.
I'm guessing they don't want to do the if you fall from this amount of height on water, you just instantly break apart.
Well, like a rogue, when it says that you when we take fall damage from climbing walls, and it tells you like at so many feet how much damage you take. Like a monk can subjugate some of that fall damage by being close So, but it's
If
like
there's
significant.
an upper limit though.
This, yeah, but it would basically kill you. I mean, not for nothing, but if I jump off a cliff and I'm 1,000 feet up, I'm gonna die. I mean, regardless of what the upper limit is.
Just
At what
saying.
point do I get? At what point do I get another
Non-weapon proficiency.
non-weapon proficiency point?
Add levels divisible by 3.
So 6.
5,
3.
2.
No, Don.
So
Don't mess him up with the math.
because I'm currently level 3, so not until level 6 do I get another.
Right.
Oh, he wrote some more stuff.
Your space looks like a D&D dungeon with multiple doorways. Thanks. It's just our living room.
It does kind of. It's a room with many doors.
It is.
Fun, fun. Now I have to dress the place up.
Just give like a castle wall with a
Yeah, there you go. Make it
type of
look like old stone.
There, you gave us all this electrum and I just spent it all.
You're welcome. Looks like I'm the money guy now.
I mean, you are the rogue, so it is suitable.
Yeah, but I was
I mean,
gonna.
we're gonna find more money.
I would actually like to see if there's a runner or someone of that Damien has as a
Message man?
message person.
Check the front.
Is there a message guy? Messenger services. Look at that, number 27.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to the message service people.
Send money back to family.
Yeah. I'm gonna send like 400 or 500 electrum, like send 500 electrum back to the family, and have them disperse it throughout the community and stuff.
Services, the long distance services will cost 50 electrum itself.
That's fine. So I'm gonna minus 550. If he steals it, I'll kill him.
Thought you were a thief.
Yeah. I'll still kill him.
He doesn't steal from what he's donating to.
Yeah. No. If the messenger steals from me,
Right, that's what we're saying.
he's dead.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
I will find him and roast him. Exactly.
You gotta eat them too?
No, I'm gonna find an ogre or a troll and give it to him as a gift. Oh yeah. Stake him out for the dragon to blow dry on him. I just gave my town 500 electrum. The whole town probably doesn't have that much electrum in it. The only reason why I'm keeping the rest of the electrum is just in case for right now.
I didn't know there was something about climbing in here somewhere. Oh, it must have been in the player's handbook. It doesn't matter, I guess, though.
No. All right. So he spent his 1,000. I gave away 450 electrum, 550 electrum. You got the dogs. The priest we're gonna help is a guy that gets tired really easily, right? You think the dog can pull him in a cart?
We'd have to buy a car.
I know.
And he is very large.
He is very large, but I don't want to. I don't want to take.
Just barely.
But he could. What if both of them were together?
The other one is
A fighter, not interested.
not accustomed to pulling.
All right. Let's get a cart that he could fit in, just in case, because I don't know how far we're going to be going with this guy. I just don't want a 2-day trip to take 4 weeks because he can't walk more than 15 minutes at a time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, how much is a cart?
Trying to find the correct thing for that now.
How much more do I have to spend?
By the way, did they want
One
electrum
silver each per day.
or one silver each?
Yep.
Okay.
You're paying for that because I don't have silver.
Okay.
All I have is copper and electrum.
Let's
120.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna go ahead and
Bubbled up on them.
I'm gonna go ahead now and just give them 10 silver each for the next 10 minutes.
They are wondrous of you. Though the octet does not show it.
All right, just make up a price.
I know, right? The harness itself is 2 electrums, so we'll say
5 total. 3 for the cart, 2 for the harness.
I mean a chariot is 200. I know I saw cart prices somewhere.
Doesn't have to be a chariot. It could be like a farmer's cart, something.
Yeah, I wouldn't give you a chariot for this anyway. That would be illogical.
I wouldn't pay for 200 electrum for that.
No, just a simple transport cart.
And also in case we get a lot of loot from me, you know. I want them when we go to the mountains.
So yeah, I'll say the total would be. We'll say that because of his charisma, the carpenter is willing to let it go for 10 electrum.
Okay. And the harness is 5.
The harness was 2.
So 12 electrum total. Okay. Good enough. We'll go back to the priest. I say, hey, I had an idea. Because you seem to get tired very easily, we got you this to ride in. What do you think?
Um,
It's pretty stylish, isn't it?
he appreciates the thoughts.
Good. Good. You should appreciate it. That nap just cost me 12 damn electrum.